You saw the movie The Big Short, right?
First time I read the book, I was actually in federal prison. As I'm reading that book, I'm breaking out in sweats. I'm like, they're going to name me in this book. I mean, me personally. I was in a number of those meetings and at those tables that those guys were at, and at those dinners, at those conferences. I was one of the idiots at the table while they were putting together, their plan, The Big Short. Went to Arizona State University. While attending there, I switched my degree to computer science of engineering. They just started a new computer science program, and so completed that in 1986 and went off into the business world.
In engineering? Is
And
that
no, never. Eventually, I applied that in technology and engineering down the road. But initially, and I think it's part of the being driven by a paycheck
mhm,
versus being driven by love of doing something.
right?
So at the time, I had been working for a supermarket chain out here in the Phoenix metro base called Smitty's. And I had worked my way up into management. I had gotten married. I married my high school sweetheart after my freshman year of high school, and 2 years later, we had our first child, our daughter. And then 14 months later, unplanned, we had my son, and and so that required me to go back or go to work full time in this supermarket while attending Arizona State because I needed benefits. I needed to be able to provide for a household. So I had worked my way up into management. So by the time I had completed college, the money that they were paying me, which again, this is in the mid '80s, offering me $60,000 to $80,000 a year, whereas engineering jobs were starting out about 30 to 35,000 at that time period.
Really?
So
You would
yeah.
think, you know?
Oh yeah. I remember a professor from one of my engineering classes at Arizona State, one of those classrooms with 350 students, and spoke of, hey, you live in great times. If you're a guy, you're going to meet a woman engineering student. The two of you are going to marry, and between the two of you, you guys are going to make $60,000 to $70,000 a year. It doesn't get any better than that. And really at that time, that sort of sounded intriguing to me, but I always had it in the back of my mind. I'm like, I'm going to retire on that. I plan on retiring by the time I'm 30. I just, it's,
Right.
it's driven by perceived financial success, if you will. And um, so I working in the supermarkets and doing well and was on the fast track of running stores and because a store manager or a store director could make 100 or 120,000. I thought, hey, that's top 10%, and really at that time that was top 1 to 2%, anything over $100,000 a year. So, I wanted to really drive towards that. Uh, the grocery chain I was working for, I actually left that grocery chain and went to work for another chain called Smith's, now currently a Kroger company, but went to work for a chain called Smith's that had opened stores down in Tucson and was ready to open stores in the Phoenix metro area. And my best friend, uh, he and I decided, hey, let's go down to Tucson. Let's take a look at what these guys have got, what type of operation. And this best friend that I speak of eventually became a president of major supermarket companies and was offered the presidency of Whole Foods and stuff like that. So really had it going on, if you will, in the industry. And we were both very fast movers. So we went down there, checked them out, and was like, hey, these guys are going to kick our ass. I mean, there's no getting over this. And unbeknownst to us at the time, Smith's had actually made an offer to buy the company we were working for, Smitty's. And when they refused that offer, um, Smith's basically was owned by two brothers. Um, made the announcement, okay, no problem. We'll just bury you and put you out of business.
Right.
So we went to work for Smiths. He and I moved down to Tucson. I got divorced during this time, so 6 years into my marriage, I just, my wife and I, who I love to this day and have a relationship to this day, just we were growing apart, and which led to our divorce, all on my making, nothing that she ever did. And so my best friend and I, his name's Ron, I'll leave his last name out. We moved to Tucson and roomed together down there and began our management careers with Smiths to open stores in the Phoenix metro area 6 months later as in store management. We both worked, and I worked my way up through that, eventually going into the regional office, the corporate office, and just having greater and greater opportunities thrown at me, opening some other stores and such. While working in the office, thought that was a pretty slick opportunity because I was all about the visual, the pride, not only the paycheck, but the perks of the business. I'm flying around in a Lear jet around Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, landing in the middle of nowhere, popping in, visiting stores, trying to surprise them, doing store checks, getting back onto the Lear and flying somewhere else in the Western United States. And, and I thought, well, hey, this is the life, right?
Right.
Budweiser's keeping the plane supplied with beer, and the alcohol distributors, and Frito-Lay with chips and all that type of stuff. And I thought, hey man, I'm on the grand stage. But I eventually did leave that industry in 1991. Mutual agreement. I had gone to a little place called Globe, Arizona, and if you've ever seen or remember the movie U-Turn from way back when, it was filmed in Globe, by middle of nowhere, an old mining town, about an hour and 15 minutes east of Phoenix. So I went to open that store, and when I opened that location, realistically, the budgets for that size town and community and the type of store we opened just weren't realistic. And I had built this reputation. I'm being very successful, meeting budgets, exceeding budgets, controlling labor costs, controlling shrink, and just all the various things to address our bottom line. Matter of fact, our net profit numbers were 4 times higher than the industry average, which was 2% versus 0.5%. So when I realized I was not being able to make numbers, I started pushing numbers around, if you will, torturing the numbers so they'll tell you what they need to say. And just really wasn't, as opposed to just saying, hey, it's not me. We can't make it under this budget in this area with these expectations and serve the community and serve our shareholder.
The store was not like, there just wasn't enough. There weren't enough residents to support that store. Is that it?
It wasn't enough residents. Yeah. It was a very high-end store. From that perspective, we had the Chinese kitchen. We had, all these more high-end departments. And going into that type of community, they weren't necessarily quite ready for that. Certain ones did embrace it, but bottom line, there wasn't a strong enough population. And at the same time, 6 months previously, Walmart opened up a store. And that was when they began the process of starting to incorporate supermarkets into some of their platforms, more of their rural communities, which Walmart had that down pat. They knew how to go into rural locations. They hadn't even opened a store in Phoenix yet. I mean, Phoenix, Tucson, those were some of the largest markets they ever took on. They built themselves, through the rural community. Really did it the right way. So I agreed after a meeting with vice presidents of operation and some of the district managers. I agreed to step down. I was like, hey, this isn't going to work. and probably really began the time of me not wanting others to see me fail in
Yeah, I was gonna
business.
say, I mean, did you step down because they realized you were shifting some of the numbers around, or it was just you just thought, "Hey, I'm not
So
being given I'm not being given a platform where I'm gonna be able to succeed, and I'm done with this."
it wasn't so much not being given a platform to succeed as to me fighting for that platform and being seen potentially as, oh, hey, Mcmaster can't cut it. Here he could do great in all these locations, but as soon as we give him this type of community and marketplace, he can't cut it.
I mean, didn't you ever say like, "Hey, man, like there's a fucking Walmart 4 miles away.
Yeah,
It's a rural area. There's not enough residents. Like this is not gonna work. Like what are you?"
I did at the time that I was resigning and had made that decision too. I had gone in and I had told them, say, hey, look, this is what I'm having to do with the numbers, just so the district and the region can meet the numbers. So under the direction of a gentleman who has since passed away, um, so I won't share his name, um, if you will, but really under his tutelage, that's where I learned to push those numbers around, if you
Right.
will. So I sat down with him. His office was here in Phoenix. So I drove down one day and met with him and just said, hey, look, this is what I've been doing for the last 6 months. I said, realistically, we're off by 2 or 3% in our labor. We're off by these. And I've been literally holding those numbers to move them back in when we have certain promos or sales, and just obviously not stealing anything or anything like that, but just moving those numbers around and then holding what we called back in the day green slips in our safe, saying, okay, hey, I've got $3,000 of labor that I'm going to need to filter in over this next quarter in order to, and then I've got another green slip. I got $1,500 of labor. Okay, hey, I'm going to pay cash for the ice that's being delivered, and so we can use that and apply that towards the labor account versus cost of goods,
Okay.
things of that nature. All bad things from the perspective of just ethics and business
Right.
and such. But one of the things that I also had some mentors showing me, but hey, I'm a smart guy. And, as a matter of fact, I got probably really good at teaching them a thing or two. Hey, if you really want to do this right, I'm a
Right.
spreadsheet kind of guy. I love numbers. Um, let me, this is a way to do this. So I decided to resign. They were actually, hey, we all have skeletons in our closet. Let's figure something out to put a plan together, and we'll recoup and recover from this. It may have entailed me stepping down and moving Phoenix, Tucson, Albuquerque, Salt Lake City, El Paso, one of the larger markets, and taking over uh, maybe a department or an assistant store manager or a grocery manager, something of that. And I just wasn't interested in it. And again, it was the pride. And I, looking back, reflecting back, it was the pride within me that was like, hey, no, I'm not going to allow somebody to see me fail and step down. Hey, I used to fly around in a Lear jet and visit those guys, and say, hey, you need to do this, that, or the other thing.
Right.
So, um, so I stepped down and resigned, which led me into putting my college education and degree to work, if you will, from the engineering side of things. Um, so I helped start a company called TWC Manufacturing and Distributing. The TWC stood for Third World Computers. I kid you not. This is back in the day when IBM clone computers were starting to be a bit of the rage. Or things called, I don't know if you're familiar with things that were called 8088s and 286s and such. So with another gentleman, we started a company out of literally a 100 square foot closet. We began importing parts, hard drives, memory chips, motherboards, Intel chips, AMD microprocessors and chips from generally South Korea, but from different places, and building computers to resell through a magazine called Computer Shopper. I don't know if you ever remember that, a magazine that literally came out monthly that thick. It would be, 1,500 pages of just computers and accessories in the early 90s. The first CD-ROM player, in 93, 94-ish, you would buy that from there. So mail order. So we began building computers for other companies and putting their logo on their computers. So we created quite a niche, while at the same time doing computer service and repair for businesses, setting up networks, setting up just their hardware and their technology, setting up software platforms specific maybe to the medical field or dental industry, construction industry and construction field, as everybody was moving from pen and paper and manual spreadsheets to more of a computerized, database driven business model. So we began building that literally out of a 100 square foot closet. During that time, we landed a radio show because of a thing called the Michelangelo virus. I don't know if you remember that at all.
I feel like I do remember that.
Yeah, it was the news story everywhere. So a local radio personality, I think he's in the Hall of Fame of broadcasters, and Pat McMahon, very as a local celebrity and hero of children's programs. I mean, for decades, to radio and local TV in the Phoenix metro area, as well as a lot of national recognition. So he reached out to us one day. We just kind of different connections, and say, hey, I want to have you on the air so we can discuss this Michelangelo thing. And at that time, McAfee had come out with a free antiviral software that would, really search for this virus and remove it. And what happened was I think on Michelangelo's birthday, if I remember, and I don't remember what
How clever.
Yeah, whenever that was or is. On that date at midnight, when it reads the BIOS, the clock on the motherboard, it would wipe out your hard drive. Just it would literally format your hard drive, give a DOS command. And so we went on the air. We actually did an on-air radio, which is kind of weird how you do that, demonstration. We intentionally infected a computer with the virus, then went and changed the date to about 3 minutes before midnight and of Michelangelo's birthday. And boom, lo and behold, it happened. So we decided, hey, again, an engineer by training, education, but a decade of being a businessman. And we and my partner, this is a huge opportunity. We're going to give this thing away for free, this antiviral software. And so Pat McMahon announces on air that if you come down to Data Doctors and put your business card or fill this out, throw that information into a fishbowl, they will give you a free deal. We had people lining up 300 to 400 yards deep outside of our one storefront in Tempe, Arizona, right down from Arizona State. And so the news media came in to cover this. They thought this was just, wild. The radio station was there locally. Pat McMahon is covering this, and Pat says, available at Data Doctors, 5 locations around the valley. And so cut to commercial, and we're like, Pat, where'd that come from? We got one location. He goes, I don't know, I just thought I'd throw that out there. So we literally went and signed contracts and leases with places like there was a place called VCR Doctors. It was VCR
Yeah.
service and repair, and saying, "Hey, can we use your location as one of our addresses? You guys take in, check in computers. We'll come pick them up." And so within 2 days, we had 12 locations opened up, and then we actually started building locations. So, long story short, we built that into a national franchise, that company. And it's still in business today. It's called Data Doctors. It's got franchise locations all over the United States. We got up to about 10 company owned stores here in Phoenix Metro, and then brought on another business partner that had done past franchise opportunities. Initially, we were actually looking to go public. But if you remember the Russian ruble financial crisis back in the 90s, during that time, it really became a bad time to take a company public, which is where we were moving towards. So we decided franchise. We will franchise this puppy and do our thing. So we began that process, but through that process, I started getting frozen out, if you will, by the partner that we had started the company with. He became more and more of the face of the company and the franchise. We by that time now we had a television show. I don't know if you remember Kim Commando. She had a national show and syndicated and columnists and all these different things. So we started one as well and started competing head to head with that. So we were doing national shows, national radio, some national television, doing things throughout different newspapers and such, like a computer corner
Right.
type deal. And so we made my partner the face to that. He was brilliant at it and just outstanding and just a brilliant, on technology and such. And I moved more behind the scenes to handle the business side of things because, now we've got this big payroll, we've got all these employees, we've got all these storefronts, and then we've got this third partner that we gave 1/3 of the company to initially take us public, but then moved into the franchise direction. And it just became more of there was animosity that just started building between my original partner and I. And not really honestly sure what the cause of it was. It just, I don't know if it's personalities, not sure. And so again, I made a decision where I said, okay, the three of us together, I said, we got to make a decision. Somebody's getting bought out. Him or I is going to get bought out of this. And really, the decision was quite easy. At that time, this thing was a gold mine, and it still is to this day. He's the face of the company. I had removed myself from doing those types of things. As a matter of fact, we brought on another guy, a kid named Brandon, that became also another face in the media world, if you will, to bring that forth. And that that just really led to one conclusion: you guys are going to have to buy me out.
Right.
So we negotiated that for a while. They bought me out. The company just continued to do fantastic, and like I say, grew to a nationwide. They still do a lot of television, a lot of radio, a lot of media now, more blogs, podcasts, those types of things. But 30 years later, that thing is still running extremely, extremely strong. I don't make a dime from it,
Right.
and I looking back in hindsight, I set my buyout rather low, but nonetheless, it is what it is. And during that same time period, I remarried. I met actually a woman in one of the grocery stores that I had just transferred to, previously. So previous to Data Doctors and TWC Manufacturing and Distributing, and so we got married in the valley here, and started just doing life together, moved to Scottsdale, and began falling in love with Scottsdale and the everything that Scottsdale is about, from Western culture to the money, the restaurants, this, that, and the other thing. So, um, just began that journey of, again, from pride and from some other, you know, I could see things now in retrospect that was
Yeah.
just going on. It's like, hey, I need to keep this woman happy, and she wasn't demanding it, but I figured I gotta keep her happy. I gotta, you know, provide for our household, if you will, and I need to go out. I need to figure out a way to make millions of dollars, not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I still had that goal of retiring at 30, and which is just silly, but nonetheless, had that goal. So, um, so I left that, and I started building companies at that time period. So I built a distributorship that distributed products, uh, like chips, snacks, beverages, and such in Phoenix Metro, and began building up that distributorship and acquiring other smaller distribution companies and distributing distributing to the supermarkets. I'm getting up at 2 in the morning, going out there running, initially solo, eventually with a large crew and my guys, managing that, doing deals with managers at the different stores, building cash accounts, building routes, and building this situation. So I did that for about 4 years until I sold that. During that same time, I started a company called Greer Land and Investments, which was more of building a portfolio of real estate holdings and finances and financial instruments. So, and the real estate holdings initially were resort properties. So, a little different than what James, when he interviewed him a few weeks back, and the way that they went about it, from more of a timeshare, for lack of a better term, but
Right.
like cabin resorts. Like I own the largest cabin resort in the White Mountains of Arizona. 10 acres of land, cabins, horses, different things right on the Little Colorado River at 9,500 feet, and just beautiful God's country. And acquiring properties and acquiring real estate, rental real estate, and building a portfolio, not a REIT per se, but that was kind of my goal with it. And then using that at the same time, began really working in the market, and doing, not necessarily day trading, although I did do some of that, but looking more at some more short term and long term opportunities that I can do with personal family dollars as well as business dollars, and eventually maybe open that up to accounts and clients. So, actually had that business for about 10 years, through 2004, and had varying degrees of success. I moved my biological father and his wife out from Wisconsin to actually run one of the resort properties, which was, he and I had a rough relationship probably since I moved to Arizona and early adulthood. Um, it just wasn't on solid footing. And I'm not really sure why, but we didn't. So it was something that my grandfather and his father was really working at reconciling. I've got a couple kids, he's got grandchildren. I want him to meet them and be part of their lives. So we began some communication, and eventually it led in, like, hey, my dad would be perfect for running this resort. He's an outdoorsman. By the way, I'm a big outdoorsman, um, hunter, fisher, backpacker, hiker. Um, we
Right.
uh, My sister married into a family that had ranches in eastern Arizona, western New Mexico. And again, as a huge outdoors guy, so I fell in love with horses. I fell in love with the cowboy life. So literally, I would do my business dealings Monday through Thursday, and Friday morning, boom, I'm out to eastern Arizona, western New Mexico to get on a horse and just spend all weekend out there hunting, fishing, just riding around, working ranches, doing those types of things. It's one of the things I realize I love about life, but I'm like, that's not going to make me a multimillionaire, so I can't do it,
Right.
full time. And so went through that. Like I say, had Greerland Investments. Eventually sold all those holdings. Again, sold a lot of them during a market downturn. So while we made very good profit during that time period, it also was a time period that challenges with my father began to show up. He made some decisions with the business, and I had empowered him to, hey, run this operation like it's your own. And he was doing a phenomenal job. The challenge was when we're going through some market downturns, he was running it like he owned it, but we're not bringing in the revenue at the same level that we'd been bringing in before. So, I'm like, hey, Dad, we don't have the money to spend. So, one time over the phone, I basically, I'm like, quit effing spending this money. And that really, that hardened him towards me. It was like, hey, I'm done talking to
Right.
you. I actually had to drive up there because he would ignore all my phone calls, and then the resort's about 4 hours away from where I lived in Scottsdale, and you know, not to confront him, but to like, hey, don't get mad because we had a business conversation, that
Right.
that's business, and it never we never really reconciled that relationship, from that point. So he decided to go buy his own small resort and restaurant in the same area and kind of left me hanging to try to bring in management to run that resort property. And it just bad timing all the way around. So eventually, I just sold that. I sold that to another former business partner of mine in the technology side that also um, had a computer services and consulting business, and did and continues to do extremely well. So I sold that to him because he had also been an original partner with me in acquiring some of the resorts and the properties at different percentages. So I went ahead and sold out of that, and really was trying to figure out what on earth am I going to do now. I've got some money, the market's doing well, it's what am I going to do now? Now I'm obviously I'm pushing, I'm over 30, haven't retired yet, but I kind of had, so I took that time. I'm coaching my son's little league team. He's going into playing, high school ball. I'm coaching with that. Uh, I'm a big time scuba diver fan of. I became an instructor as a dive master, became an instructor, and then actually became a diver on the dive team for Maricopa County's Sheriff's Office as a volunteer diver, became an officer, so became deputized and worked my way up through that of leading dive teams. And we were actually the number one dive team in the United States for quite, and I think they still are, because unfortunately Arizona leads the nation in water related accidents, drownings, boat ownership per capita, in the middle of the desert. But because we're in the middle of the desert where there is water, people want to get out. So during this time period, I'm pouring a lot of my efforts into, spending time with my kids at that age, going junior high, going into high school, or late primary school, elementary school, and spending a lot of time in the sheriff's department, working lake patrol, doing flying around in helicopters, outside of the helicopters with on SWAT lines in full scuba gear, and then dropping in just like you see on movies and those types of things, and dropping in whether to attempt a water rescue. Unfortunately, most of the time it was to do some sort of recovery on the lakes and rivers of Arizona, um, airboats, and et cetera, et cetera. So really poured my time into that and the efforts into that. But then we had the financial crisis coming out of change in the millennium. Y2K, I'd built up the NASDAQ, and all the things were on fire. Um, and we, that first market bubble, well, certainly not the first market bubble looking back in time, but that market bubble going into 2000, 2001, when the NASDAQ, dropped by 50% and these things. And I realized, holy cow, man, I've got to go back to work. I can't continue to spend money and lose money at this rate and not,
Go broke.
yeah, exactly,
Right.
and go broke. What the heck am I going to do? And this you can relate to. I started looking around. I'm like, okay, where is there opportunities? I've been building businesses, technology businesses, finance businesses, real estate companies, and consulting and doing some different things. Where is the opportunity? Well, at that time, the opportunity was in the mortgage industry and in mortgage companies. So I answered an ad in the newspaper for kind of a shotgun interview at like 7 o'clock in the evening. I got a 3-piece suit on, da 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 da, and I'm going in, and these cats are wearing jeans, t-shirts, and
Right.
everything else. And I'm sitting in the middle of this thing, and this guy's doing a presentation. What he had done is he had created a call center, calling off title leads and some of the other leads of doing refinances and doing FHA streamlines and such, and was really just,
What year?
so this was 2001,
Okay.
right after 9/11.
Yeah.
So right after 9/11, when everything just crashing down. Yeah, you got to throw that part in. So I went in there, and the guy thought I was a spy for another mortgage
Right.
broker. At that point in time, he's like, no way. I've got this articulate, well, he thought articulate, not so much as your audience can tell. But I've got this guy interviewing for basically a call center operator to set appointments for the so-called loan officer to put together a deal or some different options that would then schedule the loan officer on the 1003 to go out and meet with them in their home and
Yeah, this
sell
is
them
yeah,
up.
this is such an entry level position for someone who should probably own the company or be running the company.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so this doesn't
so
make
red
sense.
flags are going off in his head. He's like, and but um, he did hire me, after a couple more interviews and such, and I literally, and one of the things that I've always done, and it's been a philosophy of mine in management and business, going back running supermarkets, running technology companies, running service companies, distributorships, in finance companies, et cetera, was I want to know how everything works. And that's
Right.
the engineer in me, right? That can, that created probably not such a great presidency for a guy like Jimmy Carter. Instead of just kind of managing from above, you know, I I would fall into that micromanagement trap. But I
Right.
wanted to know how everything worked bottom to top. And I wanted to always be able to say, I've done whatever it is, whether it's cleaning toilets or, putting together a $2 billion budget and everything in between so that I could coach others, teach others, and just say, hey, call in their BS when it's time to call their BS on
Right.
different things. So I didn't mind starting that position. And I figured at the time, I'm like, I don't really, I know finance from, Gurland and Investments. I know real estate, but I didn't, I had a pretty, no, I had an understanding of loans, mortgages, and commercial paper and such, but it just wasn't certain. So I thought, hey, man, start at the beginning. And I always had confidence in myself. Literally was, okay, in a year I'll be running this company.
Right.
It took 9 months in this case, but and and that's, and I hate bragging. It's, but that's the truth. Um, so I was in the call center for 2 weeks, and they're like, and I went to the guy and I said, "You need me in the field," what they called a field loan officer. I
Right.
said, "You need me in the field. You don't need me sitting in here trying to set an appointment for some other guy or gal who was making the largest percentage in the deal. You need me out there running 8 to 10 appointments today, meeting with people in their homes, and you know,
Yeah. Closing them. Yeah. Getting them to
yeah,
sign up, sign, and
closing the deal, telling, sharing what's up." And
disclosing.
yeah, 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 and and you were just starting to get some Alt-A products moving into the marketplace then. And you were just starting to get things like the coffee loan and the LIBORs, with the 1%, with the,
Yeah. Yeah.
the
London
take or
Industry
pay,
Bureau,
and yeah, exactly.
the ARM
And
products.
the different arms. And so that was just starting to come about in some different things. You weren't quite on the full on no doc and such, but it was coming quick, right? Um, so I, and they thought that's a great idea. So I go out there, I'm like, nobody really showed me how to build a presentation. So I start building presentations, how to present to people. I was never, and I never have been in my business world. If you were in my way, I had no problem crawling over your dead body
Right.
to win a contract, to win an account, to win the deal, to whatever. I just, from that perspective. But if you were an associate of mine or a family member or a friend, I could always really lead with love and empathy, and I want to provide. And hey, here's the shirt off my back. Here's $100, here's $1,000, here's $10,000. I mean, but if you were from a business perspective in my way, no problem, man. I'm going to knock you out. I mean, that was my way. But when I would meet with customers and clients, and this is something that I've had from the very beginning, through the supermarkets and all these, was client need first. If I take care of the client's need first and foremost, including those times when my solution isn't the right solution for the client, but let me point you in the right solution. The referrals, the this and that. So I would literally get involved, try to learn everything I could about their financial situation, their housing situation, etc. So I wouldn't steer intentionally into products or closing deals that I didn't think was right for the customer. I was probably broken from a mortgage perspective, business perspective, but I closed over 95% of my deals. And the 5% I didn't close was, quite frankly, because I told people, you need to file bankruptcy, or this
Right.
is not the right thing for you, or, this is really what you should be looking at doing, or just, stay the course. You're better off where you're at. And that honesty brought back a lot. But I started studying these products, and I started really believing in some of these different Alt-A products, and some of these ARM products, and especially the LIBOR products and such, and putting a lot of people into those. So I was on average closing 8 to 9 deals a day. I was running appointments from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., driving 300-400 miles a day in Phoenix Metro, wearing shorts and a company polo shirt, showing up at their homes, and everybody would be like, hey, thanks for not showing up in a suit and intimidating me. And da, da, da.
Right.
So, all of a sudden, I'm like, I come home one day and at midnight, this is when I literally would have to hand fill out a 1003, then fax it all in at the end of the day. I trained my wife to do all that for me while I'm out running around. And I threw a paycheck that I hadn't even looked at it. It was about my third or fourth paycheck in while doing this. And she opens it up that next morning. I'm getting ready to go to work. She walks in. She goes, "What's this?" I said, "My paycheck." She goes, "It's $27,000." And I'm like, "Oh, that sounds about right." And, so, that was growing. So that led me to, like I say, within 9 months, I was director of operations, and we decided we were going to build a branch network nationwide. You know, not just off our call center model, but and for those that don't know what that is, that was opening up branches that could use your license and operate, and how these other individuals, whether they had relationships with realtors, with housing development companies, et cetera, specializing in FHA streamlined loans. Some of them making 7% on a deal, some of them making 1% on a deal, but they're doing 50, 60 to $100 million a month in transactions. Other guys making 7%, doing closing 6 deals a month, but bringing down 100 grand for the month.
Right.
And so we started building out that type of operation, while I also, on a parallel track, was we are going to become a bank. We are going to get warehouse lines of credit. Eventually, we're going to get to the discount window. And we're going to buy from the Fed.
Right.
So I set up, a secondary department. So we were doing hedging. We were buying Fannie and Freddie coupons, primarily Fannie coupons. Um, Doing deals on our interest rates. Opened up warehouse lines of credit. Became a bank, a mid-sized bank, and eventually had branch offices in 28 states around
Okay,
the
I was gonna
country.
say, this is in Arizona, or you were in other states?
Yeah, so started in Arizona, started in Mesa, Arizona, and within a couple of years was in 28 states and growing.
What
Uh,
was the requirement in Arizona to start a bank? Because you start at a state bank, right? First.
state regulated, yeah. So through the Department of Financial Institution in Arizona. So when we're like OTC regulated, so we
So
were
what
we were state. So at that time, it was qualified broker. You had to have a QI or an RI, responsible individual, which we
mhm.
had that had the licensing, or the the resume, or the
Yeah, they had to have, like, 3 years
CPE.
experience.
They had to have X amount in order to be in the bank. It was close to, it was like 7 years. Um, we had to have, on our books, the net worth of the company was 2 million, had to be $2 million at that time, versus being 250,000 to be a broker. Things of that nature. So
Could you and then you could what? You could sell, did you have to have an actual location and
yeah, you had to have brick and mortar.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
So, and we and our branches all had to be brick and mortar.
Yeah, I mean, I only mentioned that because I had looked into opening a bank, and I had in Florida, and this would have been in 2000, probably 2001. And it was, you had to have, you, basically you could have someone qualify you as a bank. Like, they came in, they had to be like a VP for 3 years at a national
Yes,
bank. They had to have so much banking history. They, like, really their resume, they really were just presenting themselves, and you kind of put them on the paperwork, but they didn't really have to do much for the bank other than
correct.
qualify you. And then you could raise, I think it might have been a couple $1,000,000, and half of that you could raise by selling stock. And, like, there were all these things, like, it sounds astronomical at first, but then it's like, yeah, but you could raise half that. So really you only
Exactly.
need a
It
million.
wasn't as difficult as what it seemed.
It
And in
sounded
Arizona,
impossible, but it wasn't.
being the Wild West, was like, it wasn't as difficult as it was in Florida or in Connecticut, or actually in many other states. Arizona was actually rather easy. from that perspective, from a regulatory perspective. So, we went ahead and did that, and signed our first warehouse line of credit for like $20 million. And, so at that time we had to do what's called flow loans. So we would fund a loan and already have it sold, set up. And then the day after funding, we would either sell it through funding at the same day or the day after. So, Chase would come in, or First Collateral, which is Citigroup eventually, and say, okay, hey, you've got to put 2% of your money in the deal, and we'll do 98%, but you got to tell us where this thing's being sold to. So, if it was Lehman Brothers, if it was, whomever it may be at that point in time, Bank of America, Chase,
Household bank.
Household, right. Yeah. And we would sell everything with servicing. We weren't going to service. We weren't going to do anything initially. Crawl, walk, run. So, and then we were still brokering a certain amount of deals, because by that time we had the business built up that we're doing a couple $100 million a month, between all of our branches. And now I've got to get all these branches that have broker relationships, and I've got to get them to use our banking products, which was a whole nother animal, which would really got in the lines. A lot of them didn't want to use our banking products because they were committing fraud.
Okay.
So by using my underwriting team, my banking products, and those types of things, and and by that eventually, where I'm sending out bid tapes and we are doing sub-servicing and in short-term interim sub-servicing, they didn't want my eyes on that.
Yeah, they don't. If they want to be caught committing fraud and have an underwriter say, "Hey, wait a minute, these W-2s are fake, or this doesn't make sense,
exactly
or
what
this appraisal is fucked up," then they don't want their parent company knowing that. I'd rather have like, Household Bank figure it out, or Citigroup, or some other, they'll
right.
just deny the loan.
They're just brokering it through. Yeah, exactly. Just boom.
Right.
And
You figure it out. That might be hey, I'm going to be at your office tomorrow morning type of thing. It's like,
exactly.
a bad idea.
So so that was going great. I'm making very good money. I'm making $500,000 to $1 million a year, and I'm traveling all over the country. I'm a road warrior now, which I love to travel. I thought, again, one of the perks, visibility, getting to be seen. So, I'm in Frisco today. I'm in Chicago tomorrow. I'm in New York. I'm in Boston, and I'm in Atlanta, LA, and just nonstop. Probably 3 weeks out of the year, I'm on the road, and meeting with Lehman Brothers, meeting with Chase, going to the very top floor, meetings with Jamie Dimon, meeting with regulatory bodies, and just starting to build a name for myself while I'm building a name, for our company. So eventually we build up our warehouse lines of credit to about $2 billion. So we've got a couple $1 billion in warehouse lines of credit. So that allowed us to hold this paper for an interim period of time. So I can now aggregate loans and send out what's called a bid tape, of, hey, these tranches of meet these parameters, they're full doc, or by now Alt A is the rage. They're limited doc, or no appraisal, or they're no doc, or they're this, that, the other thing. Their purchases, their refinances, they're in this CRA of district as to really ultimately the cause of the financial crisis, but the where it was forcing us to lend into areas and give loans to people we shouldn't have been lending to.
Right.
But the government required it, and it had to meet certain percentages, so we kept creating new and more different products to meet those requirements, i.e., okay, so you're a house cleaner in your state and you make $15,000 a month. Sounds plausible. Let's go. And,
right.
And it worked for a while because they could continue to refinance as long as the values were going up. And so now you got that equity to refinance out of and just always stay ahead of the game, until the financial crisis. And so that is just going fantastic, from that perspective. We're doing, like I say, just billions of dollars a year. Um, I'm living the life of Riley. I'm living in a multi-million dollar home in North Scottsdale on a couple acres of land. Um, when I am home, the closest restaurant to my house for just date night or hey, let's go grab dinner was Mastro's, the original Mastro's steakhouse. For those that are familiar with it, which I still think is the best steakhouse in the country. Um, um, and so for date night, we're running over to Mastro's, and for my wife and I, it's $1,800, for that one dinner. I mean, just stupid stuff. The bottle of wine was 500-600, this that. This is before they outlawed cigars and things. I'm buying $100 cigar to smoke. I mean, just stupid. And so all of that is just going fantastic. And then we start getting the grumblings of the financial crisis. So, and during this time period, so you're familiar with NMLS, with the National Mortgage Licensing System,
Yes.
when from government they wanted to start regulating us.
They're
So
supposed to be tracking all these mortgages and
tracking the mortgages, tracking the loan officers, trying to really make the loan officer and the banks fiduciaries versus, hey, I'm in it for my 7%. I can
yeah,
care, I'm not in it for you. I'm in it for me. So during this time period, and as we're opening up offices and branch offices for the bank, as well as through our branch network, which way it worked is basically they ran their own shows. They were given a vice president title, and we scraped a percentage off the top. And we controlled their bank accounts, but I had individuals making $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a month out of those branches, and we're seeing maybe $5,000 coming into our coffers out of all that work because they're brokering the deals, many of them fraudulent, versus bringing them in through the bank.
it's so
So
funny. Did you ever see them? You saw the movie The Big Short, right?
yeah, that's so so seen the movie. First time I read the book, I was actually in federal prison. I was in Beaumont, Texas, which worst prison that exists in our federal system. So I'm in Beaumont and I'm reading the book, and as I'm reading that book, I'm breaking out in sweats. And I'm like, oh shit, they're gonna name me in this book. I mean, me personally, you know.
Right.
And I'm about a third of the way into the book, and I flip to the back to the index. I'm like, okay, Mcmaster. I'm like going through. So I was in a number of those meetings and at those tables that those guys were at, and at those dinners, at those conferences, whether they're ABA, MBA meetings, et cetera, et cetera. I was one of the idiots at the table while they're putting together, their plan, the Big Short, if you will, and
Right.
creating those financial instruments and the derivatives
So
against that.
it's a great movie because, well, I mean, although I was not at any of those meetings, but the mortgage conventions, like I would
Yeah.
go to the mortgage conventions, and I always remember when, shoot, I forget the guy's name that when they fly their team down to Florida and they meet with some, ground level brokers, the mortgage brokers, and they're just doofuses. They're just idiots.
Yeah.
And every time I see that, I think I had 12 of those guys. Those are my 12 mortgage brokers that
I,
were just, oh yeah, bro. Like I focus on strippers, bro. Like
yeah.
and it's just like I was like, oh my God, like
Driving the
it's
Porsche, driving the Ferrari, driving,
yeah,
the $5,000 suit. Yeah, when I saw the movie and the way they portrayed him, I'm like, spot on.
it's
Because that
perfect.
was, we had at our heyday, at our peak, we had just under 300 branches of that type of branch, let
Right.
alone our own brick and mortar for the bank. But I probably had 150 of those guys
Yeah.
and gals just like that. Yeah, they portrayed it perfectly in that movie, which really portrayed us really bad.
Yeah, like other than mortgage brokers, I'm like, it was just what are you gonna do? Like you guys are not capable to do anything to make this kind of money. You have no experience in financing. You have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're signing up anybody. Like it's just yeah, there's no thought to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and then they get a graphic artist that can, crank out W-2s
Oh yeah.
in the back, and they can, yeah, yeah, it it's just an amazing
Well, it's funny
period of
because
time.
people always, whenever I would tell them what I'd gone to prison for, what my charges were, they were like, "Oh, like you were doing like no doc loans, right? Like your liar loans." I was like, "No." They were like, "No." I was like, "No, I didn't do anything." I was like, "Why would I? I'll make W-2s and pay
Yeah,
stubs.
exactly,
I
yeah.
have a company you can call. I have a tax ID number. I'm listed in the yellow pages or the business directory at that time. Like, you understand, you can call and you can't figure out it's fake.
Mhm.
You'd sign the 4506, but nobody's pulling a 4506 because they don't really want to know.
Oh, yeah, no, it's you get the waiver on those all the time.
Yeah, so yeah, it was definitely, back then I was like, so and why would I do that? I get to charge more yield spread if they go conventional or even subprime, but not a liar loan. Like I can charge them even a higher interest rate. Then why would I do a liar
Yeah,
loan? Like
and you can make 7 points.
right. So yeah, it was but still, yeah, it was those were definitely the guys. So, but
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you were saying so you were at 150 150 of those guys, the branches, guys are making everything's going, and you said you
Oh, yeah, they're
just
all
started hearing the rumbling of maybe there's something wrong with
yeah, so obviously I was at those conventions and conferences as well, right? Whether it's the ABAs and whatnot, whether in Vegas, whether it was the subprime conventions, whether it's this and that. And we're doing the whole Monty by now. We're doing a paper, conventional. We're selling directly to Fannie and Freddie, and we're doing, just some real tranche Z stuff and
right,
everything in between, right? And
right.
with the biggest banks in the world.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, by that time, Fannie Mae had loosened up their guidelines, they're buying paper that they should not have been bought, like, what are you doing?
oh, it's just, yeah. And, and, I'll kind of back to that CRA. But so, during that time, I'm surrounding myself with good people because one of my other management philosophies, and still to this day, is not only I want to make sure I know how every position within the company works and operates and how to do that job is I always encourage management. The way I manage managers is hire your replacement. You want to get
Right,
promoted, you want to make the big time, hire the guy that's going to replace you that's better than you, and I'm going to promote you because of that,
right,
because you obviously have that skill set and understanding. Because so many people in business, right, they won't hire the guy or the gal that they sit there and say she's going to be in my seat, 6 months or a year from now,
right,
and I'm going to be out of a job. So many managers, not all of them, but so many of them hire and manage from a position of fear versus, really moving forward and trying to find the gems. And so I started hiring some really Wall Street guys. I mean, guys that were doing the very. I hired the guy that did the very first mortgage-backed securitization on the West Coast through Shearson Lehman. Back with Shearson, actually, before the merger with Shearson, I hired him as one of my VPs, and started really hiring some of the top echelon Wall Street guys that have been in the business since the 70s, and they just knew it all. And most importantly, they could introduce me inside the biggest boardrooms of the biggest banks and financial institutions in the world, not just in the US, but in Europe and in Asia. And, here I'm this, well, now turning 40, in that time period. And, so I'm this young guy with all these mid 60s to mid 70s guys. And, I'm out there on the golf course with them playing Winged Foot. I'm out, playing Pebble with them. I'm out, having lunch, dinners, sometimes strip clubs, idiots. But most of these guys, that's what they didn't do that. But
No, sometimes I understand. Sometimes those strip club, sometimes it's forced on you. I don't want to go,
yeah,
but I
well,
mean, the
I
team's going.
back in the day, I didn't mind it, and it just again the fallen horrible. I mean, I just I cringe when I think about it to this day. But yeah, I didn't. It wasn't breaking my heart. I'll tell you that. And but there was many CEOs and or people that control. You're trying to get a $250 million line from Barclays and an addition, and hey, it took that evening at the Korean club in LA, and where it went from no, this wasn't going to happen to hey, the paperwork's being faxed over to you, you
Right,
know. But the but I started really being introduced and surrounding myself with these mentors from Goldman and Jeffries and some of the godfathers of finance, mortgage-backed securities in the industry. And I started learning from them. And they for whatever reason, they took me under their wing. They started consulting with me for their companies about more, hey, what's happening at the ground level? What's happening at this, that? What do just some different things. For whatever reason, they saw in me an ability to really visualize the numbers, see through, grow, and and you know manage risk because you can't eliminate risk in that business. And I was really teaching our team and people that, hey, if we manage our risk properly, we can open up and we can loans that we would deny in the past, we can do. And yeah, we're going to have to maybe sell this in the scratch and dent market at 98 to 90 or 90 to 98 cents on the dollar. But we did $20 million of loans that went ahead and performed. They were selling at 102, 103, 104, up to 110.
right.
So, that one loss of a $300,000 loan that I took a 2 to 10% hit on in the negative versus, the extra 5 to 7% I was making on that $20 million. I mean, it was just right.
Yeah,
So
the offset is it's worth it.
it's
I'm
worth it.
always, I do speaking engagements at like for like mortgage, conventions and seminars and stuff. And one of the inevitably, during the Q&A session, right? Like I always tell my little story and they, it was so great talking in front of like bankers and mortgage brokers. Cause when I say, and so to get around that, I did this, that you can see they're like,
Yep.
they're hitting each other. They're like, oh, they're like, where I don't, it's so great because you don't have to explain to them when you
Oh,
doc it up.
they know.
They
They
know.
know. They
As
know.
opposed to if it's a cyber crime convention or cybersecurity convention, you kind of have to explain, But I always get that question where it's like, how do we stop mortgage fraud? And it's like you don't. Like you could verify every single thing to a 100% certainty, but you would eliminate so many people, right?
Yep.
You would 90% of legitimate mortgages that still should have gone through would be
Yep.
eliminated, and it would be so expensive that you'd price out anybody getting a mortgage, or 80 90% of people couldn't afford the fees involved. And as a result of that, I'm like, you can limit it, you can try, but some are going to slip through. And let's face it, a lot of them slip through and they perform.
Absolutely.
So to say, oh,
Absolutely.
that loan shouldn't have happened, it'll
Default
fail,
rate
it won't
over
fail.
the history, even during the crisis, if you look at it, we're significantly low from a percentage perspective. But when we started, when
Yeah.
you started collateralizing, on the debt collateral obligations and CLOs and CDOs and such, and you've got one mortgage collateralized 9 times over, then
Yeah, even
yeah.
listen, even if you verify every single thing and is the perfect person to get a mortgage, they still fail. Mortgages still fail. There's going to be failure rate. It's just But
Yeah.
yeah, I always get that question. It's like, yeah, you can't do that. Like you got to have. You just can't eliminate fraud, and you
Yeah,
can't
it's just
eliminate.
like saying, how do we eliminate every accident out
Yeah,
there? Are we gonna? It's just not going to happen. Interesting, like you talk about where you go out still and meet with, um, speak to some of these brokers and
right.
in the professional industry. I was still doing that from prison. So I would have guys come in from Wall Street, literally, and then I would have people come in that maybe worked for me or knew me through the industry from all over the country that I'd have to get on my visitation list, and they would come sit down and just say, hey, help me with this, or guide me through that, or those types of things. And it gave me a great opportunity, to share my story, and to share my story from that exact perspective of, hey, this is what was happening, or this is what I did, especially at the end of the, in the financial crisis, which led to me going to federal prison years later. But and right away you just see him go, or it's just because they're doing it, or they know it's happening within their operations.
Right.
And really, look, it's just a matter of time.
Oh, listen, I had a brokerage business in Tampa contact me and asked me to come in and talk. They have, I don't know, they have like 30 people in-house, and they have another 100 people that work out of their home or remotely. And so I came in and did the 45-minute, told my little story, and then did the Q&A. And the reason they had me come in, like, they literally were like, how quickly can you come in? I was like, was it an emergency? They're like, kind of. And I was like, why? They said, well, we caught a broker that was doing stuff that, when we brought him in, he genuinely tried to justify everything he did and was trying to say, well, what's the big deal? I only did this. I was just trying to help my customer. And he said, and the idea that anybody else that is doing anything like this has got us so terrified, because they're like, you never would have thought that this guy would have done these things. And he's like, so we just want people to realize how bad this can go, and we thought you come in. So I went in and I talked to 30 or 40 people. They were in the room, and then they had a webcam set up to get me to all the remote people. But yeah, it was, but I was there within like a week. I was like, look, I'll be there next Tuesday at 3, but you could tell they were so panicked, because like, I felt like nothing like this was happening. He's like, and he's been doing stuff like this he's been here for years. But anyway, I'm sorry. You were,
Yeah,
so
no,
the rumbling, sorry.
they work through. So the rumbling. So by having these connections and these introductions and building these relationships, I mean, to a point that some of these top, I mean, I won't throw some of these names out there. They're very well known names. They would come out to Scottsdale for, just say meetings of the bank, want to play golf, take them up to Troon and such. And, I had that beautiful home in North Scottsdale that, we'd set up to entertain 100 people just in our backyard, and, just craziness. And they would stay at my house. They
Right.
wouldn't stay at the Four Seasons down the street. They wouldn't stay. It's like, hey, let's just stay at Dave's.
Hey, real quick, just wanted to let you guys know that we're looking for guests for the podcast. If you think you'd be a good guest, or you know somebody, do me a favor. You can fill out the form. The link is in our description box, or you can just email me directly. Email is in the description box. So back to the video.
One of the things that really helped me and endeared me, especially on Wall Street, was my outdoor stories, right? Hey, Dave, tell the guy what your Thanksgiving's like. I said, well, the turkeys we cook, I killed, or my family members killed, while hunting. We serve elk, we serve deer. I usually go out and shoot some quail that morning, because I could hunt quail right off my property in Scottsdale, in Northeast Scottsdale there. Et cetera, et cetera. And then, hey, tell them about the grizzly bear story. Montana, I'm out horseback. I'm back a couple of days into the Bob Marshall Wilderness area. And long story short, we got attacked by a grizzly bear, and actually 3 of them, but one of them, a male, about 800-pound male, with 2 probably first-year breeding sows, females, probably 300 pounds each.
How'd that
Had
work out?
eaten it. Well, I'm here. The bear's not. So what had happened is I had killed an elk the day before, and I had my surrogate son with me. And the day before that, well, no, actually, that day I'd killed, the day before we had the confrontation, um, I'd killed an elk. But while I'd killed that, we were climbing up an side of a glacier off of an avalanche chute to get over a pass to go collect 2 deer that my son and I had killed that day before. And as we were coming back in, this huge snowstorm and blizzard came in, and we'd left the horses at camp because we're literally mountain climbing to get up and hunt this particular valley. And the guides made the decision is like, hey, everything stays, backpacks, everything. You keep your GPS, and you know, and we got to go. If
Right.
we're going to make it back, otherwise we don't know what's going to happen. So we scurry over, kind of slide down this avalanche chute. We get back into camp. So that next day we got all this snow and stuff. And this is in September, and we got all the snow and stuff. So we're climbing up the other side, across this valley, this elk, and I've got an elk tag, a deer tag, and a black bear tag for each of us, my son and I. And so I shot the elk, and the guides were like, crap, we got 2 deer over here. We got that elk over there. Like, what are we going to do? And I said, no problem. I said, I've been guiding elk and deer hunts on horseback at our ranches. I mean, that's what we do. That's what my clan does. So, keep in mind, my main pack is sitting on the other side of this mountain. So I've literally got a pocket knife and a couple of that. I said, I'll go take care of the elk. You guys go up and recover the packs and hoof back, 300-400 pounds of deer, back down to camp and we'll meet up. So I'm literally cutting up this elk with a with just a pocket, barely a pocket knife and one other knife. I mean, it's not ideal to be cutting up an 800-pound animal. And so Jeffrey, and he's 20, he's actually working with me, for me in the mortgage bank in my processing group, and or actually in my secondary markets. He's helping to sell the mortgages. And I said, hey, hike this stuff down as I'm cutting off chunks of meat and get it down by the horse trail so we can come down, we can go back to camp, we can grab the horses, come back, get the stuff, take it back to camp. And I said, hang it in a tree. Well, he couldn't find a tree within 40, 50 yards. I mean, there's trees everywhere. So he piles it all up literally right next to the creek, what's called Lion Creek. And this is an area that they hadn't had hunters in about 20 years. They were looking for a couple hunters that would be willing to go back on horseback and then on foot for 10 days and hunt this country. And I was like, that's us. We're in. And so after we get done with this, now the day's shot, and I'm like, Jeff, this stuff's all piled up, and it's starting to snow on us again. And I'm like, I'm exhausted. So we'll go back to camp. We'll ask Malachi, our guide, hey, what do you want to do? We just got this meat laying out there in the middle of grizzly country and wolf country. And they're like, it's snowing. It should be fine. And everybody's just worn out. We're drinking a little bit of whiskey. And it was like, we'll go get it in the morning. So we go in the morning, and there's about 100 pounds of that meat missing. And there's grizzly tracks everywhere. And, I go and I follow the tracks. I find where he had buried in the snow a front shoulder. And I'm like, oh, man, dude, best part of the meat's gone. So we pack it all up, throw on some horses, and we take it back to camp. In the meantime, we brought up a mule train from down below because we got 3 dead animals sitting in our camp. And we got to get this stuff out of here. We're waiting for a problem. So we bring a guy up. He gets into camp. He's like, man, I just ran into 3 grizzlies. It's not good. This dude was from Iowa. He's being trained to be an outfitter, a guide, a wrangler, really, is what he's being trained to do. So he's like, I'm out of here. So we loaded him up. He's gone. We go out hunting to try to fill Jeffrey's elk tag, and I got a black bear tag still. And we come back into camp, and that grizzly had come back for more. and now in our camp. And we come around the corner in camp, and he stood up on our tent, on top of our tent, and just crushes this big outfitter tent down, and then just comes down, charges at us from about 20 yards. With the other two grizzlies just kind of sitting there watching this whole thing. And we shot him with a 460 pistol. And so when you're hunting that type of, not so much black bear country, but grizzly country, you usually, like, I had a 500 pistol on my hip because, you're hunting with rifles, but, in a grizzly confrontation, chances are you're dead by the time, or down at least, mauled at that point in time. You carry a pistol. So Malachi had a 460 with about a 12-inch barrel, and shoots 3 times, and at about 5 yards hits this thing. And the grizzly turns around, hits it in the ass end, turns around and goes, and the other go with. And so we start tracking it, trailing the blood, trailing it. And we're in all this tag alder where you can only get through there through where the grizzlies and the moose have made trails. So we're on our hands and knees crawling through this. We're about 50 yards into this, and we turn around, we look at each other like, if this grizzly doubles back on us, we're dead.
Yeah. Plus, what about the other 2 grizzlies? They didn't get hit.
Yeah. So
seems like a bad idea. I don't know much about hunting.
Yeah.
But.
So we back out. We go back into camp, and we watched as. So we're camped in the bottom of this creek, right? The glacier's melting right there. I mean, it's just a beautiful country. And on the bluff across from our camp, about 300 feet up, there's a bench. And the wounded grizzly crawled up on that bench and just collapsed. And we sat there for 2 days watching the 2 females fight over eating him, eating that carcass. I had to use my satellite radio. I had to call it in because they're protected, and call it in. And I'm like, man, this is just going to be a nightmare. And it's a 2-day horseback ride to even get into us for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So it's not Montana. We got to call the feds. And Malachi, the guide who I developed a really good friendship with, he just says, don't worry about it, Dave. The guy's my college roommate. So he goes, we're fine. It's a justified shooting. We got pictures. We're good. So Anyway, so the Wall Street crowd loved those type of stories. And I've got, 30 years of those at that time, or 25 years of those types of stories.
I got a story.
Yeah.
I got a story about a guy that killed a Florida panther. He comes back to camp one night, and there's a Florida panther, and it's eating all of his food, and it charges him. He pulls his gun out and he shoots it. And war or fish and wildlife, whatever, show up and they arrest him. They take him in front of the judge, and he's in front of the judge, and the judge says what happened. And he explains what happened. It ate all our food. It charged me. I shot it. And he goes, it seems justified. He said, before I let you go, though, he said, it's my understanding you ate it. And he said, yeah, well, he'd eaten all our food. So we went ahead and cooked it and ate it. And he goes, well, what does Florida panther taste like? He goes, it's a mix between a manatee and a bald eagle. So I feel you had to have heard that one.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah. So they love the stories.
They do. They love the stories. And we'd take them out on some trips, especially fishing trips where go in the middle of nowhere where there might be 100 white men ever been. There's some places in eastern Arizona, western New Mexico with great smallmouth fishing that it's one of those you can't get there from here things. It's like either horseback or quads, or you're cutting trail, and these guys loved those. So I'd take them on some of those adventures. But so, the great benefit to that was I had access to capital, knowledge, consultation at the highest levels in our industry, much earlier than I would have earned it just under the normal paths, if you will. And so, the rumblings are there. I'm in actually Greenwich, Connecticut, and I'm playing. We had played Wingfoot. Now we're in Connecticut playing another round of golf, and a guy from Jeffries, that really godfather of our industry. I'm riding in the cart with him, and he just grabs my leg and he says, "Dave, I hope you're out of the subprime industry. Or I hope you're, and I was like, give me 5 minutes and we will be, and
Right.
then I get my cell phone out, flip phones. Oh, that was a very early day of the iPhone. And I'm like, no, that was still flip phone. And, I make a phone call. I'm like, cut it. We're done. I mean, I don't, that's the first rumbling I'm hearing from the very top. Something's going to happen, something coming down. Insider trading, I don't know. I just know a lot of people went on from that group and started shorting Citi.
Right.
He made millions, shorting Citi from that golf outing. I should have, but and really started shorting, kind of like the Big Short thing, but started shorting, the banks that we knew were deep in these tranches. Because one of the other things during these meetings on the golf course or the meetings around the grill at my house or around Mastro's or something, or DeFalco's or wherever it may be, or Dominic's, was what are you guys doing with this paper? Because under the CDOs and the CLOs, the collateralized debt obligations, they're selling tranches of all these tapes. So instead of selling a tape of, hey, here's 1,000 mortgages valued at X, with an expected performance of Y, seasoned, blah, 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 with all the different things. Here's average FICO, boom, 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 type of documentation. The banks had started, and really this was the Russian mathematicians working within these investment firms and the investment arms of the banks. Really brilliant minds were coming up with these instruments. So they're slicing these things up into tranches. So literally an individual loan, if you will, was being sliced up, in these pools, and you're buying into these pools. And say, okay, hey, you got A, B, C, D, these different grades. What are you doing with the garbage? What are you doing with that Z paper? What are you doing, with all that type of stuff? And it's like, nothing. It's on our, we hold on to it. Like, but the way the regulatory body works on that, it's all off balance sheet. So it didn't take long for any of us in those conversations to start realizing, like, wait a minute, I've sold Citi this much. I've sold Chase this much of that paper. I've sold, they've got to have billions
Non-performing loans on the
of
books and just sitting
non-performing
there.
tranches off balance sheet. At some point, so anyway, so a lot of guys within that group started shorting the banks that they knew they were doing business with, that they had done those. So, I start hearing these grumblings, and we start, the fraud things start, you're starting to see the repurchases trickle in, and what they call the technical, crossing the, T's, dot, and I's. So legitimate foreclosures or failures maybe 3-4 years down the road, where your covenant no longer, you're not required to buy that back unless you violated something in, like, the DU findings or the LP findings, DU Fannie Mae's desktop underwriter,
Right.
automated underwriting LP for Freddie Mac.
But the
Unless
guidelines
you,
were so loose.
yeah,
How is that possible? It's so loose at this
yeah.
point.
So literally what they would look for is technical, literally crossing T, dot, and I type things. Oh, it's missing this one piece of document. It's in there. You go through your file and it's right here. But they were using these to start pushing paper back down the line. So, you start hearing those grumblings. And at that time, the founder of our bank, oh, and by the way, at this time, I'd gone from being the executive VP and running the bank and all the operations. I'm now interim president and CEO of the company, because our president and CEO, smarter man than I,
Retired.
and basically he's like, peace out. I'm out.
Right.
Out of these meetings. I don't like what's going on in our branches. I don't, you know what? I'm stepping down. Stayed with the company, but I'm stepping down from that role. Matter of fact, I think I was in, no, wasn't in Dallas. No, we were here in Phoenix, and all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, let's go for a ride." They're like, "What are we doing?" And like, "Oh, we gotta go meet with the attorney and our CPA that's doing our audits." I'm like, "Okay." And our the founder owner of the bank of the company, it's 9 a.m. and he's drinking. You know, it's like, and I'm like, so they finally said, "Hey, oh, the other thing I'd done during this time, I qualified as the RI or the QE, depending on the state, qualified employee, qualified individual, responsible individual, RE, responsible employee, to be the broker or the banker of record for the licensing within all these states." So, um, and also the NMLS, I was on the boards helping to bring that about for creating this nationwide mortgage licensing system that we based on the state of Connecticut. That it was their program. So all the testing, the licensing, all those different things. So I actually got to a point I was licensed in 41 states as originator's license, broker's license, banker's license. And I was the RI in about 28, 29 of the states.
That's great if
So
everything's going well.
yeah, exactly. And and by that I mean thousands and thousands of mortgages a month, just nothing we could ever wrap our hands around. And so they say, "Hey, Eric's going to step away. What do you feel about being president CEO?" I'm like, "How much does it pay?" You know, and yeah, I'll do it based on this. Like, okay. So
What year is this?
so now this is
2007 or 8?
2007, 2008. You know, and really, and for the time that I took over that interim role, 2008. In around that same time, our ownership had brought to me and to our CEO at the time that I took his place, a banking relationship with a small bank that dealt with high end clientele. They were probably in 6, 7 states. They were in North Dakota. They were in Kansas. They were in Missouri, and they were in Arizona. And they had a branch in, you know, on Camelback in the Biltmore, in their headquarters in Phoenix, and then they had a branch in Scottsdale, and just really dealt with high net worth clients for the most part. But as a bank regulated by the OTC, and they were wanting to get in. This is 2006, 7, 8. They were wanting to get into the mortgage business. They're seeing all this money being made by all these banks, and they had some small time originations and doing some things, but they wanted to really participate, and really wanted to participate from the perspective as a warehouse lender, providing warehouse lines of credit, to banks like us.
Right.
And so, but the regulator would not allow it. The OTC said, "Nope, it's not going to happen for whatever reasons. It's not going to allow it." And so they were really trying to find a way. How do we participate in this? We're missing out, right? You talk about FOMO, and so there's this thing, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, Matthew, called a participation line of credit. Okay, so
I mean, it's like, is it different than just obtaining a line of credit, or you're saying you're
different,
participating?
no, completely different than, because technically it's not even a line of credit, even
Okay.
though the government used that terminology over and over in our case. But I mean, I tell my attorney, I'm like, it's not a line of credit.
Right.
No, that's anyway. That's why our case is unique. Um, so it's a participation line, and what Reg Z and Reg D allowed. Think of it as a joint venture. But Reg Z and Reg D in your banking regulations don't allow banks to bank joint ventures. It's
Okay.
just not allowed. So, but you can wrap your mind around it from the perspective of a joint venture. So they would participate in the securitization, the funding, or the sale of an individual mortgage. So they wanted to sign an agreement with our bank that they would fund 98% of the price that we have committed to sell the loan, what's called flow or individually. Now keep in mind, I'm selling almost everything in bulk, and I'm retaining some servicing. We're selling servicing off into different pieces. I mean, we've become a real bank and a moderate player in this
Yeah.
field.
I
You
think
know,
that people don't understand what servicing is. Servicing is where you're still kind of collecting the payments, you're still making the phone calls, and then you're passing on the mortgage, you know, the payments to whoever holds that, and you're just taking a small percentage of it for
right.
servicing. So you're just
Yeah.
really running the guys that are making the calls and saying, "Hey, you're late," or "Hey, this," right? You're
Sending
making
out coupon books back in the day, not,
Yeah, making sure that the escrow account is correct and they have their insurance and all the busy work.
yep.
Okay.
And honestly, where the real money's at.
Right. Because you don't really have any liability. I mean, you don't have the right, but you're getting a percentage
You're
and it's
just getting paid. And then if
right.
you've got to handle the foreclosure, you're getting paid a lot more. If you're handling, so I mean, there's, you know,
So you're
um,
doing some of that.
we're doing some of that, and then making deals and selling that, and doing some subservicing agreements where our name shows up on on the statement, the monthly statement, or on the coupon book, but it's really another bank behind the scenes handling it.
Right.
It's kind of like TPO, like third party type stuff, or white labeling. So what they would do is, so they would fund 98% of whatever we sell. Well, those individual loans, I could sell 103 to 105 to 107. We're doing
Okay.
by this time we're doing some HECMs, reverse mortgages as well, and we're partnering with some of the biggest reverse mortgage players behind the scenes in the industry. So we're doing everything, and so they want to participate with us, and then they would charge us a fee for each one of those, and then they would charge us daily. Well, they'd charge us interest that we'd pay daily for their money until we sold the loan. Well, I would literally, well, let me back up first. So they brought that proposal to us, and my ownership, he brought that proposal to me, and I'm like, this makes no sense. The cost of money is 1% to 2% higher than what I'm paying right now. I've got lines of up to $2 billion between, a quarter billion here, quarter billion there, half a billion, with First Collateral and Chase and Washington Mutual before they went under, and they're offering us 25 to 28 million dollars. I mean, that was nothing at that point in time. I mean, what are we going to do with that? And then they're also offering a personal line of credit just for the business of $500,000 line of credit for operations. And we have to maintain, basically we had our banking relationship with Bank of America, and we have to maintain our operating account, our payroll accounts, et cetera. So just our regular doing business accounts with their bank as opposed to Bank of America. And I'm like, this makes no sense. Why would I ever fund one loan through them? It's arduous. It's not set up to our technology. It's not seamless. I'm going to have to add labor to do it. And I'm going to sell one stinking loan at a time. And I'm going to pay 1 or 2% more for the services. What I didn't know at that time, but realistically, our ownership was trying to get another bank player, where this family that had about 900 million in that bank, so they were billionaires, and we had a consultant that had come in with us, that had also gone to federal prison or state prison, I'm sorry, in California a while back. Somebody, again, just a personality bigger than life, selling financial instruments, him and his wife. His wife was the licensed party on it. Had some pretty high end net worth clientele. Good friends with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and you know, he's from that bodybuilding era. I mean, you see him in the old shows during that era. He's one of the guys right there,
Right.
and just full of personality, and unfortunately full of some other stuff too. And so he was trying to work a deal, basically using us to bring these two banks together in a merger, which would be worth some money
Right.
and worth an opportunity of maybe millions of dollars invested into our bank as well. And here now we're going to own federally regulated banks. It was kind of that next step for us. He didn't really explain that at the time. Eventually, that's what what came to light for all of us. So we signed the agreement because, well, basically he said, "Hey, look, I'm telling you to sign this agreement." And I'm like, "Okay." And then eventually I found out why, and I was like, "Okay, this makes sense." So we're now using this really at a small level, $1 million here, 500,000 there, and I start getting pressured from ownership, like, you got to up this line, you got to up this line, you got to use these guys. Like, okay, and use that $500,000 operating line of credit. So I started borrowing $250,000, paying payroll, paying it back the next day, stuff like that. And so that bank was just wanting so bad to participate. So that got them into business within the regulatory fashion without issuing a line of credit, for funding mortgages. I mean,
Right.
a business line of credit, which is a different animal. That was the 500,000. And, so now we're just moving forward, and the ownership is pushing us. Hey, you need to do this. You need to use these guys more and more and more. In the meantime, the cracks are happening in our industry, and things are starting to fall. So, I pulled us out of subprime. Unfortunately, that didn't stop the repurchases. Some of the Alt-A dealings start going away. You start hearing the rumblings. I'm flying back to New York a lot. I'm flying back to Indianapolis, going into federal court, and we're negotiating with federal judges mitigation on repurchases of different securities and different things. And I was like, hey, I really don't have a real estate arm or division to get rid of the real estate asset. I don't, how much is it going to cost us for you to do all that? And, I was like, hey, okay, $500,000 here, 250,000 there, versus us taking maybe 5, 10, 15, $20 million back, so we're stroking checks now, and money's going the wrong way. And then the whole Lehman Brothers thing starts happening, and, we start going down this path. Meanwhile, we're continuing to do pretty good, solid business, through our portfolio. A lot of fraud going on in our branches, as the financial crisis start to happen. And so the warehouse lines of credit, as this starts happening, number one, some of those banks start going out of business. Your Countrywides, your WAMUs, and such, Bank of, so, the Fed and the Treasury, they're starting to put deals together. Hey, B of A, you're going to take these guys. Chase, you're going to take these guys. Da, da, da. The Lehman Brothers is the one deal that didn't work because nobody liked Dick Fold. By the way, the original guy that I hired, that I told you, that got me into all these Wall Street guys, he was a guy that was very well known for punching Dick Fold back in the 80s or 90s for being a jerk. Didn't lose his job, but it just, Dick rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And so, his was left to fail. And that started the implodometer and the banks going along. So now our warehouse lines of credit are starting to dry up and go. In the meantime, the bank that we had that we're doing this participation line with, or this participation agreement, so it's really just participation agreement, comes to us and says, hey, we're looking at your financials, we're looking at all this, and we're looking at the regulatory. Everything we're doing with you is required to be off balance sheet. So I'm like, So now
Why?
I'm bringing in my CFO, I'm bringing in our CPAs, going through, and just like a lot of this tranche stuff, for them to participate, it's off balance sheet. I'm like, okay, that's not a horrible thing in my book, other than the fact I can't forward book the expected profits out of those deals sitting there. But so now we got to go back and we got to redo 2 years worth of financial statements, which is always not good, but we had to explain why, et cetera, and we had to bring in auditors, and we're, also during this time period, I'm being audited, by 20 to 40 different states, some every 3 years, some every 2 years, some annually. And during this same period of time, so we've got that going on, I'm taking this off balance sheet. During that same time period, I get another, hey, Dave, what are you doing? 9 a.m. phone call in my office. I'm like, hey, whatever I'm doing, like, meet us downstairs. We got to go to a meeting. I'm like, where at? I said, we'll tell you. So the original CEO and president, matter of fact, this is the day he had decided to resign. And the owner, they're driving one car and they say, hey, you ride along with the CPA for the firm that's does all of our audited financials. And he's going to fill you in on something. So we're driving along, and he goes, "You ever do you have any dealings with the IRS?"
Stop the car.
Yeah, yeah. Other, and I'm like, "No, what's going?" And he proceeds to tell me, "Well, we're behind on payroll taxes, and I'm paying payroll taxes." I'm like, "What?" And
How long? How long has
yeah,
this been happening? Like, what
well,
are they?
turns out it was about 18 to 20 months. But I get told we're a quarter behind. I'm like, I'm like, how much? And I'm like, why isn't this brought to me? I just raised the rates a quarter point on our rate sheet, and I'll have this taken care of in a month. He's like, Scott doesn't want you to raise rates. I'm like, because he's still trying to get the branches to bring in. We're trying to get the branches to bring in their business. And so we're driving here. We go meet with the IRS, and I'm just sitting here, and Eric informs the IRS he's no longer president and CEO, and the ownership and all this, and they make these, and so they're like, "Point, hey, we believe David is going to be da 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 da." So I sit there and I said, "You have my word as long as I'm here." And so we work out a payment agreement. The IRS doesn't want to close you down; they want their money,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, and they want you to succeed. So I said that payment agreement will be made. Period. End of story. And that will be the highest priority. So we go back, and I'm like, oh man. So these grumblings and these things are happening, right? Repurchases are coming. So I look at this participation agreement. So I start reading through the contracts, and I'm going, it's like, we've got 60 to 120 days to pay on these contracts. And obviously we're long, because at that point in time, whenever I'd use them, I'd have the loan sold same day. I'd like, hey, we're going to pay your $50 transaction fee, and I think there was another $100 fee, and one day's interest tops. I literally would I'd fund that loan and flow that loan, and my team was excellent at it, and right into Chase or B of A or Citi or whomever it may be. So I'm looking, I'm like, if I sell those loans, but I don't have to pay it back for, I pay it back in a week, I've always got this extra capital. And that capital, when I fund the loan and sell the loan went right into an operating account. It didn't go into a funding account because it's off balance sheet. So there's no it's off balance sheet. So this is straight. This is considered pure profit right into into an operating account. And they had set that up to start because I'd called one day. I'm like, why are these funds going into this operating account? Oh, that's wait. And I'm talking to the COO of the other bank, and she's a brilliant woman. She's a great banker, finance person. I believe still with that company today. Her family was the founding family of this bank, and a real good family, a great family. And and I'm like, I don't get it, but I get it. So I'm like, okay. So that money's there. We just have to strip it out and you know and account for it. Whenever we pay you guys, and like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So that's going on. So now I'm looking. I'm like, how am I going to make sure that this IRS payment is paid? Period. End of story. And how am I going to increase revenue and things? And as we've removed subprime now, things are starting. I'm starting to lose warehouse lines of credit. And all of a sudden I'm down. Eventually, I was down to 250 million from 2 billion available to me at any time. So now I'm like, I can't hold on to these loans for very long because I've got to get the capital back. I've got to cycle this thing 2, 3, 4 times a month.
Right.
And so I'm like, okay, if I use this participation agreement and I have to send the IRS 150 grand, and I identify, hey, there's a $175,000 mortgage. We sell that thing, I get plus whatever we sell it. So I may drop $200,000 into the account, and I can use that 125 pay the IRS, and then I won't pay back the other bank their participation in a week or two because I'll sell some more. And basically, it started becoming a Peter to Paul type
Right.
situation, right? All within the letter of the contract. Not in the spirit of the contract, but within the letter of the way the contract's written, we're within realm. So I'm doing this and making sure that IRS bill's getting paid. And then when we'd sell a big security, maybe I'd catch it all up, or I'd draw from that $500,000 business line of credit, business to business, and use that. So we got payroll, we got operating expenses. And we got these damn repurchases that I got to keep flying to New York or flying to Indianapolis. I don't know why so many of them use Indianapolis as the deal, but into federal court, and I'm negotiating these repurchases.
Well, you're buying what are you guys doing with the repurchases? You've got a team that's trying to get rid of the properties, or
so I had a choice: build that team. I had a small team that could do some one-offs,
right?
But I'm like, and now the signs are really there. I mean, banks are starting to file. We're seeing a decrease in product availability. You've got banks that were like, hey, we're going to buy this. What was called, remember the term forward locks? Like, hey, I'm going to take down 5 million. And they say, okay, boom, you're locked at, 4.25%. And you've got to fill it within 90 to 110% without paying the penalty. And you've got 60 days to do it or 30 days to do it or whatever. So you go out really searching, you send it out to your loan officers. This is what I need. I need within this parameter, hey, we'll give them 1/8%, or we'll give them 1/8, we'll give them a quarter off, whatever, to fill this forward, because we're going to make an extra $250,000 by doing so. And so I'd fill it forward. So all of a sudden, these forward contracts are being canceled on us. And I'm building these loans to fill it. And all of a sudden, the pricing is changing on these loans. I'm like, shit, what am I going to do? So you start dumping and doing some different things. Or it's like, you have a loan, I could sell it today, I can't sell it tomorrow anymore. So I'm going back to borrowers, and I could either scratch and dent it for 80 cents on the dollar, all of a sudden $1 million, especially the you know, anything above the Fannie Freddie limit, your jumbos and your super jumbos. That just was here one day, gone tomorrow, and you've got loans that you just funded through the pipeline of this stuff. Loans that oftentimes you're making 50, 60, 70, $100,000 profit on that one loan.
Right.
Gross profit before you pay your commissions and whatnot. And so we're going back to those borrowers and saying, hey, this $1 million mortgage we did with you, we're going to rewrite it at $900,000. And I'm going to give this, and I'm going to pay all your fees, and I'm going to close this thing in 3 days or 7 days or whatever. Well, 7 days at that time. And because I can use the original appraisal, and they're like, why would you do that? And I'm like, well, some things are happening. I'm either going to lose, I'm going to lose. And I tell them, well, I'm going to lose 8 or 9%. Really, I was going to lose 20%. So I'd rather give the money to you, my client, and keep a happy customer and referrals and stuff like that. So not necessarily being straightforward, honest, being more of a sales guy now at this point. Because I'm the one making these phone calls to these borrowers at this point in time. So we're refinancing, so I can fit this one into here. I can get rid of it. I can do this. I can get rid of that. And, volume is decreasing. We start closing branches because we don't have a choice. At the peak, we're just under 3,000 employees nationwide. Now it's just down and down and down. So I began relying more and more upon, hey, we're going to fund these loans. And now maybe instead of taking a week to pay it back on the participation agreement, I'm going to take 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I'm going to go 30 days. I'm going to go 60 days. Because at 60 days, that was the first hurdle you had to get through. I had 60 days to sell it per the agreement. Even though in practice and in the spirit of the agreement was the day you sell the loan, you pay us back our money plus our funding fee. Okay. And then you keep the profits from above and beyond. But the contract wasn't written that way. It was just a failure in the contract. The contract was written, you had these options of when to pay it back, when it became due. So at 60 days, you had an accelerator clause of a 1% penalty. And now you had 120 days. Then at 120 days, it became due, period. And really, we'd be in default if we had any loan extend out beyond 120 days. So for the next period from now, we're well into 2009. So I'd kept the bank running through this time period. The implodometer is up to about 2,800 banks that had failed. I built this reputation over the last 8 years as a knowledge base. If you got questions in our industry, or if you want to, let's bring Dave in on Mcmaster in on one of these committees. Let's do this, and with some of the largest financial companies in the world, but for those divisions. That's why I was in a lot of those meetings and dinners and different things, that, I mentioned in The Big Short. And I was like, I can't let everybody, this bank's not going to fail on my watch. Pride. I mean, pure pride. Right. And that's at the heart of me making the decision of reading that contract and going, aha, I've got an option to do this. I am brilliant. I'm going to save our bank. And everybody's going to continue to look at me from an international basis, not just a nationwide and a Wall Street basis, but from an international basis, because we're securitizing overseas and doing all the different things, as Dave's the man. I mean, just stupid. But that Dave's the man. Not only does he kill grizzly bears, he brought his bank all the way through this mess. So I keep extending this thing further and further out as to when we're paying back, on these loans, and then using that capital, A, to pay the IRS, B, to pay the current IRS bill and payroll and pay current expenses, and then to pay whatever I negotiated on the repurchases. So back to your question as to did we have this team to dispose of all of these real estate assets and such, other than just a couple things, people on the side, and we had some contracts, was no. So I would go in there, I'd say, look, and I'd tell the federal judge, I'm like, we don't have money to pay it to take it back. They're asking for $2 million. They're asking for $10 million. They're asking for $20 million on an asset that's worth 75% of that or 50% of that because values are tanking and so I just said we can come to that agreement or we can go to court and you can order that and we go out of business tomorrow. I said, so, hey, I'm going to offer you, I'd $50,000. You dispose of the assets. Here's $50,000.
Right.
And we go back and forth, and then that would end up anywhere usually between 100,000 and a half and 500,000. That was usually the deal I could strike somewhere in there, and I got really good at it. And it basically, it wasn't hard to be good at it. It was, I can give you this. You dispose of the asset, and I would go through and really go through it and like, hey, look, this one's a performing loan. This one's actually worth more. This one, if you hold it for any length of time, you're going to make a fortune on it. If you do this, if you do that, you do some of the other things. And there was companies now starting to go on there and look for those, like, wow, we can buy that 10 cents on the dollar. That mortgage is going to perform all day long.
Is the government offering the TARP yet? Like, have they started
Not quite yet.
refinancing? Okay.
Not quite yet. So I was flying back a lot as a lot of these negotiations were going on. And a lot of times I was like one room removed from some of those real high powered, high leverage meetings in there, but I'd be there, and then get debriefed on some different things. So, so all of that is going on during that time period. And so I would negotiate, you guys keep the asset. We give you this, otherwise we go out of business, you get nothing. It's, and I did that time and time again. So now I've got monthly or quarterly, these different obligations. So I keep extending. I'm like, okay, I got a $28 million line. It's not a line, but for all intents and purposes, from this joint venture that's not a joint venture, from this participation agreement available to me. Plus I got this $500,000 that I can keep doing some things with. So I can keep, informing my accounting team, pay this, pay this, pay this, pay this, pay this. Meanwhile, we're down to 1,500 employees, 1,000 employees, 800 employees. Eventually, we're down to 75 employees. We've got 7, 8 branches open, around the country. And so I'm trying to nut down every expense and, talking about TARP. And, I'm meeting with Barney Frank, the representative from Massachusetts, who really saved the whole deal, by the way. Give him all the credit in the world. He was the guy, the politician behind it that saved this thing, right when Nancy Pelosi was about to screw it all up and make it a political thing versus this country, the grid, the power grid, all your major corporations, nobody can make payroll. I mean, everything is about to fail. We are about to be, this is probably a little fast forward on it, but during that time period, all these Wall Street buddies were calling me saying, can we come out to Arizona? Can we be ready? Do you have places to go that you have access to food and water? Do you have ammo? Do you have your stuff? And I'm like, I do. I have places within family lands or within things that I know that I can go, that I can provide food and I can provide clean water. Because at the highest levels, they were convinced it was all over.
Right. Did you
It
see
was done.
Too Big to Fail? I'm sure
Yes.
you read the book.
Yep.
Did you see that, like, they have that whole scene with Nancy Pelosi in there where he's, like, on his hands and knees,
And takes his
pleading.
literally and takes that mic from her, and eventually in one of the things, and like, yeah, it just it Barney Frank really from that perspective saved the day. But what we had been presenting from our side, because we're a mid-sized bank, right?
Right.
We're not Goldman, we're not Chase. And by the way, those banks were all insolvent.
I was gonna say you're getting bigger and bigger by the day, though,
Yeah,
because
and
the bigger banks are going under, so you're
yeah,
kinda
yeah,
moving
yeah,
up.
because our doors are open,
Right. Yeah.
which makes us a target for repurchases.
Mm.
Because they're still open, so now they'll skip some of the in between banks because sometimes these things sold, resold, resold,
Yeah, yeah.
because some of these things 5, 6, 7 years old now,
Yeah.
and but hey, we're still open, so boom. So my expectation was, well, there's two things. One, too prideful to fail. I got this name, I got this reputation, I got this, all my friendships, all my family ties, all are tied to Dave's business success, not who
Mhm.
Dave is as a man, as a husband, as a father, as a son, uncle, brother. You know, um, it's to me just such a broken philosophy and mindset as to you know nobody's going to like me all or this or my millions of dollars and my homes and my Hummers and my Mercedes and my trips around the world to go scuba diving and running private yachts all over the world, which I was doing all of that too, and or these epic hunts or just whatever what was going on, and great dinners, entertainment, being very philanthropic, not out of here but out of my pride.
Right.
Hey, look what I'm doing. Look, da da da. And so, but also that same time, the expectation was we're near the end. We're near the end of this thing. And, whenever we've gone through these cycles, now, and if you can be there and position yourself, look out because we will become one of the big banks out of this mess. Um, the amount of money that they were talking about at the time, we thought, look, all you got to do is backstop the individual mortgages right down to the thing. Instead of pushing the repurchases, just take it over in one of the agencies. And just like you did with the savings and loan back in the day when we had our technology company, we did all the technology out here in Phoenix when they came in, when Western Savings and the Keating scandals and all those. I was doing the technology for the oh god the not the RTB, but anyway, um, but the same premise, backstop the loans. If you've got to give every American mortgagee $100,000 off their mortgage, I mean, we're talking the same amount of dollars at the end of the day. Put it directly to use, and we will stop this thing. We'll bring liquidity back into it because the markets were failing everywhere. I
Yeah.
mean, trading paper and all the things, whether it's a company like Caterpillar trying to make payroll, they can't because even though they've got the money, they do overnight sweeps. Their money's in investments because they got so much, cash on hand, if you will. Just, it's all machine numbers, if you will. And now we can't trade paper because no bank trusts each other. And at the end of the day, every bank was insolvent. That's the thing that was underlying this. There wasn't a bank in the world that was not insolvent. B of A's, the Chases, all of that type of stuff, because they have all that off balance sheet paper
Right.
that was worth more than the bank that on paper was more than the banks, and they got to do something with it at some point. So that was the expectation. Was I just need to get us through. Dave looks successful through this and carries the day because Dave's brilliant. when I'm not. And at
I
the
don't think
so
brilliant would help.
yeah,
I mean, I don't think
yeah,
that, you know?
no, it wouldn't have at that time. The brilliant thing would have been, go to my ownership, shut it down now, and
Right.
we'll all go and you know and really, and I had after we did shut down, I had great opportunity and actually was making more money and more successful than I ever was coming out of this thing in the mortgage industry still. And so I just should have done that a couple years earlier. That would have been the smart move. And that would have been listening properly to my conscience and following spirits of contracts versus letter of contracts. And so that was the expectation was the government would step in and this thing would turn around because they can't shut off the housing industry
Right.
and they got to keep liquidity in the market. And really that's what the Treasury Department and Fannie and Freddie and all that, and especially with the government taking them over and, with the GSAs and all that type of stuff. So while that's going on, I'm literally now extending out 30 to 60 days to make ends meet for all these. Um, it's all off balance sheet, so I'm not having to disclose any of it. But I start getting some phone calls. Hey, we're calling about this loan here. I'm like, yeah, that should be sold on. It looks like that's going to be sold tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes, and I'm like, pay that loan off.
Right.
Even though we sold that loan 45 days ago. But
Right.
now pay it off per the contract. But literally violating the spirit of the contract all day long. And I'm the decision maker in that. The owner of the company, and so I'm interim CEO and president at this time, or really president and CEO. I had the interim tag, but it was my role, my baby at that point. And I brought him in. He says, how is this working? How are we making this work? And I said, this is what we're doing. He goes, brilliant. Can you keep it up? I'm like, you betcha. I said, go get me the business, because he was great at getting business and great at motivating the sales guy. The guy's a top mortgage seller. I mean, just the guy's brilliant in building teams and getting people, and the rah-rah guy. He was a football coach. He played football at ASU. I mean, just, he,
There's only so much you can do in a market that's just
oh,
not,
it's just
you know,
collapsing around you.
yeah.
And so I said, that's your marching orders. Mine is, he goes, just keep doing it, what you're doing. And then one day he comes into my office. He's like, I'm worried we're going to go to jail. Are we going to go to jail? I'm like, no. And then about 2 weeks later, he comes in, the same thing. And I said, if you don't start selling some freaking mortgages, yeah, we might, because I'm making this happen over here, but we don't have a pipeline of shit coming in. Something's going to fail. And I don't know how they'll look at it legally. We're following the contract, but I don't
What
know
if
if
that
this is fraud or not. But
what if that
by then,
bank what if that bank fails and
yeah,
shuts off that credit line? You're just done. Like, I
yeah,
mean, it's yeah.
yeah. So then the TARP comes out, right? And the TARP is going down, and it stops at our level. No TARP for us.
Whoa.
The bank with the participation agreement, they get TARP.
Okay.
Okay, but with us, no TARP. So now I'm like, but I thought, okay, TARP's in the system. These repurchases are going to stop. Citi, Chase, Wells Fargo, all these banks are they're going to quit because, boom, they've been given 25 billion here. They've been getting, boom, 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 all the
Yeah,
way
they're
down.
gonna step up, and it's gonna stop affecting us,
Yeah,
and we're gonna be fine because we're gonna continue to sell and make mortgages, and we're gonna be back on track here soon. So the bleeding should stop.
and that was really a last second change to the TARP program of giving it to the banks the way they gave it to them. And that changed my world completely. That really opened up the pathway. I think I'm going to go to prison. versus we're going to be covered. So what did the banks do? If there was a bank still open downstream from that security, push it back. Push it back. Loan modifications, all the different things, push it back. Push it back. And I mean, it started pouring. And on Tuesday I'd get 20 million, on Thursday I'd get 60 million. They'd show up in the FedEx envelopes of repurchase demands and just going and going. And and I'm sitting here and I'm going, we've got $28.5 million we're in debt that I don't see the pipeline out of this, because I've got all these repurchases. I got nothing left to renegotiate this with. We might have 2 or 3 million in our pipe. And, I need 30, 40, 50 million in our pipe. And I could put together a pathway in 12 to 18 months. I can pay back that 28 mil. And, we'll just go to town. I'm like, I'll start originating. We'll go back out there with the home run hitters and we'll make this thing happen. And interest rates now all of a sudden are starting to get sliced, right? Way down. So it's like, hey, there's opportunity out there. And when that starts showing up, we're now pushing we're in early 2010. Okay. And I go to the ownership and I'm like, I'm getting an attorney. And my suggestion is you got to shut this thing down. If you want to salvage any of your money out of this, you got to shut it down. And we need a strategic plan to close this operation and be able to bankrupt it in such a way that keeps us out of prison and meets the obligations. And this is now March of 2010, when Phil Mickelson's about to finally get his green jacket. Because I remember sitting in my attorney's office on that Sunday, speaking to him about, when fast forward into April. And so I find an attorney, he finds an attorney. Unbeknownst to me at the time, although I thought he was acting weird, he'd walk into my office and he'd say, "Tell me again how we got here."
So he's already wired. He's already cooperating. Okay.
Yeah. So he's recording, and he's wearing a wire for. So the attorney he ends up changing. Eventually, goes with a divorce attorney, friend of his that we did some mortgages from, but negotiates out a deal, and he's wearing a wire against myself, our CFO, and our new CPA that we had, and going forward. So we shut down operations in April of 2010. And it's horrific. This guy that I told you about, the consultant, is doing the financial things of tied to Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that. So he's lighting up my phone and such. And I got all these people like, hey, we can't get it. And he leaves a message, I'm coming over to your house. And he lives in North Scottsdale as well. And so I tell my wife, I said, hey, get in the Hummer. We're going to go for a ride. And then, so we go over to Fountain Hills and we spend the day, and I walk around the lake in Fountain Hills, man-made lake with the world's tallest fountain. And for hours, I'm like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I contacted my attorney, said, hey, this is what happened. So my attorney says, let's go meet. And I go and meet with him on a Sunday. And he brings in, he's got a boutique law firm within another major law firm, white collar stuff.
Right.
Really good guy, good attorney. And he has a passion for death penalty cases. The feds contact him a lot to say, will you represent? Like the shooting that went on in Tucson with the guy that shot Gabby Gifford's the U.S. House representative down there,
Okay.
and
Right.
killed. Loeffler was his name, but anyway, he was asked to represent him, stuff like that. So he brings in one of their grizzled veteran attorneys. He goes, "Hey, I'm bringing him in. I want him to sit there." So we rehash everything for 8 hours. I just say, "Hey, here's the story, beginning to end, everything, much greater detail, and because obviously it's very fresh in mind, and I've got paperwork and facts in front of me." And I said, "I think we committed a crime." I said, "I don't know, but if we committed a crime, I'm ready to walk in and turn myself in, and let's make this thing right." And my pride finally probably got itself in check. I was just horrified. I'm like, I'm you know. So they discuss and they're talking it over and they're looking at the contracts, they're looking at everything, and they come to the decision after consulting with this much more senior gentleman attorney and say, and they bring in some of their contacts within the U.S. Attorney's Office in Arizona, in Phoenix, and some things just, on, hey, for this, just talk about this at a very high level. Let's talk about this. And so describe, and they come to the conclusion, and is their recommendation. They said, we are not, I paid my retainer, which is a funny thing because the bank refused to cash the check I wrote to them 4 times. So I finally got them I went to the bank. They're like, the signature doesn't match your card. I'm like, that's, it's just craziness. I mean, the money was there. I had that time hundreds of thousands of dollars in actual liquid cash capital, net worth of,
Right.
3 million or so. And, but he says, we're not going to march you into the U.S. Attorney's Office and turn you in. We don't think you committed a crime. We think you're going to have civil litigation out your ass. But this is a pimple on an elephant's ass. And this is a bank to bank civil issue. This is not criminal. We are not going to do that to you. Because if you walk in and tell them that it is a criminal thing, they will try to find a way to make a criminal deal out of it. I'm like, you sure? Yeah. And he goes, yeah. He goes, but we're going to represent you through. He goes, but be prepared because you're going to get sued. I'm like, all right. So that I can deal with, and just, and so, I come back, people are still trying to find me, and a lot of people have been in my home. We used to entertain literally for hundreds at our home and stuff. And so got investors, got all these different things, people trying to find me, former employees. And the last thing I did was make sure payroll was made.
Right.
Everybody got their payroll. So we paid payroll right up to,
People are just wanting to know like what's going on. They're not upset. Are they upset or?
there's a few they're upset, and but most people are like, actually, as it turned out, they're real concerned about me.
Right, I was
They're
gonna
like,
say,
hey,
like
you okay?
it's not like
What's going on?
what's happening in the financial industry. Like this is not me. Hey, I managed this badly. Like nobody's surviving this.
Yeah, we were.
Legitimate banks that are doing the right thing are failing.
Yes,
So they
but
don't
but
necessarily know what's
yeah,
happening.
but my pride couldn't even get me over that top. I was like, see, I'm better than those guys. But you're right. But from my peers and my employees and my associates and my family, where I thought, hey, they saw me fail, it's going to be, you know, just I'm going to lose all those friendships. I'm going to lose this. I'm going to lose that. I'm going to lose my house.
I mean,
Blah
then
blah
they
blah.
weren't friendships to begin with.
Yeah. Well, it turned out I didn't lose any of them. Not one. Didn't I mean,
Then they were
it's amazing.
friendships.
They were friends, and they
Right.
cared about me, not about me as Dave the banker. They cared about me, Dave. And so I load up our toy hauler, and I'm like, we're heading to Eastern Arizona. I'm going in an area that satellite phone only. And I had satellite phones or satellite TV built in all my cars, and I had it on, my toy haulers. And I'm going deep into the wilderness where there's going to be about 10 people on Earth know where I'm at. It could even find me. I could tell millions, but only those 10 would be able to actually, they know what I'm talking about, where I'm going. And I go take my wife, I take her 2 dogs, and tell my kids, hey, we're getting out of Dodge. And we go and we stay there about 2, 3 weeks, you know, and then eventually make our way back home. And, I meet with the attorney and he goes, hey, I got word out in the U.S. Attorney's office. If anything just comes up or a sniff of anything, they'll reach out. We'll go forward. You paid your due upon receipt retainer, and go enjoy your life. Go get a job. Go do, but quit worrying about this. You're fine. So this is, April, May of 2010. So I move forward. Still in my heart and of hearts and mind, I'm like, this doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right that this is the end all be all. I get it and I understand it. I could logically think through it. Like you say, all these banks are failing. All this was going on. And I defaulted on, about $100 million worth of repurchases and other things on warehouse lines of credit. I didn't feel I felt horrible from a pride perspective, but no remorse like I had done anything wrong, because in those situations I hadn't. They had the paper collateralized. They could do with what they wanted with that type of stuff. The government was pouring TARP money into all those banks and entities. They're fine. With this other bank, I really was feeling rotten inside about those individuals and those people. Like I say, it's a really good family. Some just some good things, and I was like, oh, did I or didn't I? I was really struggling with that. But I then moved forward and was like, okay, I got to pull myself out. I contacted some of my top key people on the origination side. Said, hey, I'm going to reach out to another bank that survived this thing. By the way, we were number 5,000 exactly on the implodometer. So we were bank number 5,000 that failed. And I'm going to reach out to them because they need a retail origination arm. They do minimal retail. They're doing wholesale. They're doing correspondent lending. So they're acting as a bank to small banks, as a broker. They're handling Wells Fargo's reverse mortgage portfolio behind the scenes. They've got about $25 billion in servicing. They are a technology company in the mortgage industry as well. So they weathered the storm. They did what I was hoping to do, but they did it. They never did subprime. They never did Alt-A. They always did Fannie, Freddie, conventional paper, FHA, VA, and HECM mortgages. And so I started, and I had been selling them paper, and we had built a relationship. And so I contacted their CEO and said, hey, look, I got this small team, Arizona, processors, I've got underwriters, I got da-da-da-da-da, and let's put this together. Let me open a branch under you and put this together. And so I did. We agreed, and we got a facility up in Scottsdale that we made an operations center. And we started offering and building a retail arm off of that. I started building some branches, controlling with my people. Eventually I figured out these are the cats doing fraud. These are the guys that are really rock solid mortgage originators, rock solid underwriters, rock solid risk assessment people. Boom, 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 boom. And so I built a small team under that. And this mortgage bank at that time, because of coming in, out of the financial crisis in 2010, doing about $80 million a month. So I started building that origination platform. Eventually, again, just fast track, I got brought in to, as a C-suite executive of, hey, Dave, we're going to close another, $250 million line with such and such. That, how to do that. Da, da, da. Do you mind flying out to LA? Do you mind flying to New York? And having dinner with us. We want you to pick out the wine. Da, 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 da. The ownership, that wasn't their thing. They were great at taking you to the strip clubs and these things, and understood the business side of things phenomenally well, and had these great teams back in India and different things, some brilliant minds to really, from a technology side of things, put it together. Like I say, it was, between servicing, handling Wells Fargo behind the scenes, all this stuff. So I started doing that, and started, all of a sudden, I'm building up my resume, my team, and I'm being integrated into the highest levels of this particular bank. And I helped build that from 80 million a month to 1.2 billion a month in 2010, 2011, 2012. I am being paid for my, and this, if you remember, compensation laws had changed then, right? Gone were the days of making 7%. It was all built into your contracts. You're getting paid 1%, boom, that's it. So, and that was built into the rates for loan officers, branch managers, and everything else. So my compensation was based on a percentage, really a tick, 16ths and eighths of
Yeah.
of a point.
Basis points, right?
Yeah, a basis points of, the overall volume of my team, and then I've got sub managers and da 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 da. And really build is just an incredible rock solid team. And we build out a great retail operation, and then help build their correspondent lending, even though they had that down, build their warehouse lending lines, because we are a warehouse lender. We're servicing 98% of all our own paper, not sub-servicing. We're sub-servicing for other banks, plus what we're doing for Wells Fargo. And, we're doing some big securitizations worldwide. The biggest little bank that nobody ever heard of, but inside the industry, everybody knew it. And so all of a sudden, I'm making money hand over fist, $100,000 paycheck, $180,000 paycheck, da, 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 da. So I'm making, in a month, 3, 4, 5 times what the average annual wage is. Something, I'm 180, 200,000 or so in a month. And, just through our little origination arm, we're doing $400 million, all in Fannie Freddie, and selling direct to Fannie Freddie, and keeping the servicing, and VA and FHA. And we, interest rates are screaming, coming down. So now the housing industry again. So we're striking deals with realtors and home builders all over the country, and we're in 49 states, Puerto Rico, and Guam. We take over. Wells Fargo hands us their Puerto Rico division. We just take it over. We're doing commercial paper through Fannie, primarily through Freddie, and it's just like, life is good. This is awesome. I'm making millions of dollars. I'm spending it stupidly on fantastic dinners, all these things, back to, hey, look what I'm doing, giving a lot of it away, but out of pride, not out of my heart. And this goes great until November of 2011. I'm in LA for a week. And what used to happen was, hey, Dave, we need you over in LA, because we're corporately based out of in the LA area, Orange County area, actually. And they wouldn't let me fly first class. They controlled every dime. It was just kind of a crazy thing. So I'm upgrading myself to first class. I'd fly over there, pretentious as hell. And invariably I'd be stuck there for 5 days. I'm going buying new suits, new shirt, new tie, new underwear, and it just was a nonstop thing. So I'm over there getting stuck. And my wife calls me. My wife is, she had was working in she was working processing and doing a lot of different things for us and such.
Is
And
it is this a
like,
Target letter?
and nah, it's not a target letter.
No.
It's show up in the front door and say, "Can we meet with you,
Ooh,
my wife, in the conference room?" And she's trying to call me, and I'm in meetings with I think Barclays at the time. And finally, I get away and I call back, and she's driving home, and she's just distraught. I'm like, pull over the side of the road. And she said, these people, they show me their badges, they're investigators for, I think, the FBI and all this. And they're saying that I did all these things wrong and that my life was going to change and you're going to prison and I'm going to prison and they're doing all these. And I'm like, whoa, slow, so I'm like, slow down. Let me get my attorney. I said, let me get him on the line. And that was in November of 2011. And that's when I realized they are looking at us, you know,
right.
3 years later, you know, and so begin the process. I have my attorney reach out to them, and he starts having some conversations with, and they're like, hey, they're saying, so he's like, I'm not sure where this is going to work out. He goes, I don't. He goes, but you're going to need to, oh, as a matter of fact, a week before he had refunded half of my retainer, unheard of in the legal field.
Yeah.
He called me one day.
Why is that? Because it
He
just
goes,
hadn't.
it's been over 2 years, crickets, nothing. He goes, there is nothing ever going to happen here. I don't even think anything civilly. I think they took that TARP money. They used that TARP money to cover your deal, and they moved forward. And incidentally, the TARP money was exactly the amount that covered our participation that we owed them. Just one of those quirks of fate. And so he had just the week before refunded me half
Right.
that money. So then I started getting phone calls from like former vice presidents and former people in my operation groups and such saying the feds just came asking about the bank and asking about you and asking about, and they named the other people and all these different things. And I'm like, oh man, here we go. And so, they're going through, and then like we would hear something, then we would hear nothing. So I'd ask, I'm like, am I under indictment? And he goes, no. He goes, am I free to travel? And he goes, yeah. And I say, well, because my wife and I are going down to Cozumel, or we're going down to Cancun, or we're going to wherever. I said, will you let them know I'm leaving the country? He goes, what? And I'm like, yeah. I said, I don't want these guys thinking I'm hauling off millions of dollars or something, or running. And he goes, you're not under indictment. You're not under anything. They haven't even given you a target letter. And I'm like, yeah, do me a favor. He goes, okay. I said, just let them know, because I'm making millions of dollars. And, but then we'd hear back from them in different things. And, I figured out eventually why they would go quiet for so long. And then, when they, as my attorney put it, reared their ugly head again. So from that point forward, I put my nose to the grindstone. I'm like, I had two thoughts in mind. One, I may as well be dead. My attorney started going through guidelines with me and different things. He's like, hey, I think you're looking at, 48 to 60 months. And I'm like, oh God, it's a death sentence. It's over, and so, and, so, but, I'm still working. I'm still I'm under no restrictions. I'm like saying, not under an indictment or anything like that. So I just start nose to the grindstone work wise. I'm like, I'm going to make as much money as humanly possible so that my wife is going to get through my sentence and she won't have to sell the house. I mean, stupid shit. I'm like, how much money does she need to make the payment all the way through? Okay. So, basically she needs $5,000 a month for, 4 or 5 years. How much cash am I going to need to have on hand for that? How much, boom, 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 boom. And so I just start hammering away. Business is increasing. I'm making more money than I ever had in my life, but I can't sleep at night. I'm drinking like a fish. The other decision I made, okay, I got to make as much as possible to set aside. But you know, my attorney had figured it out as kind of things would come up. Basically, it's like, I figure you're self-reporting to prison in 3 months. Like, okay, so I got to try to make, half a
Well,
million to $1 million in 3 months. And nothing really had happened. He was always kind of counseling. And I told him, I said, just try to keep me working as long as I can and out of prison as long as I can so that I can try to take care of my family.
but they haven't indicted you. You
No,
haven't pled guilty. Like, even if you had pled guilty, you've
right.
got
Yeah. I mean, just, so I thought worst case by April of 2012, I'm in prison. And so, I'm like, okay, so I'm going to live like I'm dying. I remember making a conscious point. I mean, you can see, I've got this cross around my neck. I am a pastor today. But at that point, I remember thinking, there is no God. There is no life after this. There is no meaning to anything. So I'm going to have as much fun with me and my family and my friends that I possibly can before I go to prison. I may as well be dead because that's it. That's the end of my life. I'm
it's so
48 years old, and just,
now you have to realize how silly that was,
oh my
right? It's
God,
just,
right. Yeah.
you
Oh,
know,
well, without a doubt.
but I
And,
understand having been at this level and knowing, okay, I'm going to be at this level. It seems like I might as well be dead. But the truth
mhm,
is, you get in there and you're there for 3 months and you're like, yeah, it's
yeah.
not that bad.
So I'm thinking again, now I'm going to lose all my friends and family. I'm thinking I'm going to lose, all this stuff. I'm blowing my kids' inheritance. I'm, all these things. My kids are in their mid-20s at this point, and you know, and so I literally living like I'm dying. I mean, I'm going on great vacations, great trips. Um, it might be a Thursday. I'm like, hey, call these 10 people and I get a private room or table at Mastro's or this and that. And it'd be a 10, 15, $20,000 dinner. And
Right.
just cause. And, let's this, let's that, let's head to Napa. Let's, add to my wine collection. Let's, and I mean, literally living like I'm dying, like checking off bucket lists and then also trying to put away a bunch of cash. So, things are going, we're starting to proceed. I fly back to Washington, D.C. for a proffer, what they call Queen for a Day. So I'm meeting in the federal building there. You talk about surreal. And they're just going through and they're pushing paper in front of me and this and that. And they're like, things because then, now I know, that he had been wearing a wire. And, they're going, basically they had narrowed it down. They're going after 4 of us. They're going after me, they're going after the founder, they're going after our CFO, and they're going after our CPA. And they want to know if there's anybody else they should be going after. So we go back there for the proffer, and my attorney lets them know, say, hey, I've let them know that you came to me 3 years ago. And basically, and he goes, and they're rather upset with me because I didn't have walkie in at that point in time. But I thought, oh, that's got to be a check mark for me, right? Kudos for me as to, you know, mitigating
You
this.
would think.
You would think. Nope. And
They're saying it's what? It's what is it? Something of guilt. What? That they're saying that, oh, that means that it was a admission of guilt by him
admission of
coming in.
guilt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so now I'm just, hiding from it. And so we go through this proffer and we go through everything. And I realize they have no clue what the actual crime is. Because to understand it at the level that I had been involved in versus the level of U.S. attorneys and investigators. Not because their education is any, it's just right. They know what they know, and I know what I know, and I'm like, so they're pushing things across. I'm like, no, that's not how the business works. Boom, they couldn't figure out how we were turning such a profit on mortgages. So I'm having to walk them through every transaction that they're pushing in front of me, or the fact that something's off balance sheet. I'm like, no, none of that stuff's there. What's this in your financials? It's this. It's from this warehouse line of credit. It's from that. It's from all the different things. And so just going through explaining all this and going through and and basically what the proffer is, anything you say can't be used against you.
Supposedly.
Right. Now they can go out and build a case and find other evidence against that. But I just so I had already resigned to the fact, thinking, okay, hey, life's over and such. So I had nothing. I wasn't hiding anything. I just and explaining. They'd ask me about certain people, like the guy who resigned or stepped down as CEO and president. Asked me, I'm like, nothing to do with it. Nothing. I mean, this was me making the decision to delay payments. Now, why were they there? What brought this about? It was because that other bank had defaulted on their TARP payment.
Oh, okay.
And down the line, there's two things that happened. Number one, the Treasury Department had determined basically any persons, or entity causing default in TARP could be held criminally liable. So it's an agency making that decision. I don't necessarily disagree with that decision, but it's an agency making that decision. It wasn't a law in the books per se. And then, so that gave them the opportunity. So the other bank, when they defaulted on their TARP payment, they blamed us for the default, our bank. We defaulted because of them. So that's what opened up and allowed the investigation. The other thing that happened, Congress had been calling for the heads on the platter of the bankers that caused the financial crisis and the 401ks to collapse and everything else. They were just screaming for us guys, right? So the DOJ formed a task force, and it was a task force that met with me out of Washington, D.C. It wasn't out of Arizona. It wasn't, and we eventually were sentenced out in North Dakota. North Dakota wasn't involved in it. This was strictly a task force out of Washington, D.C. that put together specifically to go after the banks and the bankers. So, so we're sitting there, we're meeting with them. After the meeting, I asked my attorney, and he said, hey, he goes, something they shared with me, I guess I was the last one that they had done the proffer with. They said I was the only one that they believed told the truth, top to bottom, didn't hide anything, and such. And I'm like, well, it's true, because I didn't know about the others, but I said, in my case, yeah, I did. I didn't withhold or hide anything. So I fly home. Literally at that same time, 2012, again, I had this mindset. I'm still working because I'm not under indictment or anything. So I'm bringing in a lot of cash in my paychecks, legit, and just burning it at both ends. And I decide I'm going to do a a loan modification on my mortgage. I had a $1 million mortgage, $900,000 mortgage on a home that before the financial crisis, or even about the peak of that stuff, was worth about $3.5 million. And I had about $900,000 mortgage on it. So I thought, going to do a loan mod because there was an arm. And so obviously the rate had been going up. I'm going to try and lock this thing in down low, lock in a payment for my wife so she can keep this home and move forward. Because I asked her, do you want to keep it? What do you want to do? And she goes, no, I want, if I can stay in the house, I'd like to stay in the house. It's a stupid decision. I mean, it's, I'm going to be going to prison. That's, and any asset that we have that's worth anything, the government's going to take. So, um, so I start that process. So I'm through that process. So one of the things they make you do, even though it was a jumbo mortgage, was do all the FHA paperwork to see if you qualified in the FHA program. And I'm talking to the bank. I said, look, I'm in that industry. I said, I don't qualify for that program. Here's all the reasons why. Da, 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 da. And they're like, it's just our process. You got to do it. You got to be denied that. Then we take it because we got to go back to whoever's holding the paper, the security, and see if we can blah, blah, blah. So that takes a couple months. We go through. So I signed the thing and I put on the 1003 because now this is February and March of 2012. I'm expecting to self-report to prison in April. What my attorney told me.
Wait, did you plead guilty?
No,
Have you pled
nothing.
guilty?
I didn't. I had no idea how the timelines worked.
Why do they keep saying that? There's no
Yeah,
way.
and so I put down, my income as zero, and I put down my wife's income. And at that time, she was making about $11,000 a month, and to try to get that payment down into, where it's at, or where just as low as possible, lock it in that hey, you could do this off of that budget. And so I literally signed and completed that loan modification a week after I got back from Washington, D.C. Why that's important is because they used that against me to basically add 10 years to my sentence.
Right.
But
you're saying zero because you will not be a participant.
And I will have. And I know that to disclose on a 1003 income that will not last,
right,
is a violation of federal law, punishable up to 10 years.
Right.
Which I had to explain all this during my sentencing, by the way. And so, so I knew I wasn't lying at that point. Everybody's told me I'm going to prison.
Right.
And so I'm zero. My wife's boom, boom, boom. So we go through and we complete that process. It lowered the mortgage payment by $150. I mean, it was a useless, worthless thing, other than adding 10 years to my sentence. So we go forward, and it goes completely dark. We hear nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. And my attorney's like, just keep living your life, And so I'm going. It's still in the back of my mind. I mean, I'm drinking 2 or 3, or even a bottle of wine at night, or a bunch of whiskeys, or something like that. I'm falling asleep easy enough, but 2 a.m, man, I'm wide awake, just sweat, just thinking of all this stuff, right? So, just a horrible thing. I'm going to the gym 3 days a week, trying to offset all of that. I'm learning to fight in the gym, figuring I'm going to prison. I got to learn to fight. And I mean, I'm paying personal trainer a few $1,000 a month to do just all this stuff, and figure I got to keep myself from getting a heart attack, even though I'm going to drink myself into a heart attack. And I better know how to fight in a prison shower. And I mean, you just talk about probably a mental health breakdown and crisis, and at the same time, still helping run this mortgage bank that we're doing great things. And I'm able to really keep my mind focused on that part.
Listen, last month I had someone fly me out to Las Vegas to spend a couple hours with them, just explaining what prison's going to be like. White collar criminal. He was also studying with people, self-defense. And I was just like, look, a lot of this is just, you're going to a camp, bro. Like at worst, you're going to a low.
Yeah.
You're not. It's like a rough high school. Like, keep your head down. Don't talk about people. Don't run up debts. Like, you're going to be
Yeah,
fine.
exactly. Yeah, just
He was terrified though, and I
be
understand. I
yourself.
get it.
Oh, I get. Yeah, yeah, same thing. I'd run. Obviously the journey, my prison journey, which was off the chain. I ran into a lot, and then since and being home, and I've had that opportunity as well to say, hey, because I'll get a call from an attorney like, will you talk to my guy or gal? I'm like, sure, yeah, no problem. And so, I'm preparing still all this, but it's definitely quiet. So I like, cool, I'm gonna make as much as I can. Da, da, da. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't find this out until my PSR. They had impaneled the grand jury in Arizona because the bank that had defaulted on the TARP payment was headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona. Our bank was headquartered in Scottsdale, Arizona. Everything that went on between us was, literally hand delivered, drive between our branches were, sometimes I walked to their branch. I'm like, hey, I'm going to grab lunch on the way out. I'd grab one of my guys. I'm like, let's go get some steps. We're going to walk up. We're going to deliver the funding package for today, instead of having one of my guys courier it over. So Arizona case, right? Arizona jurisdiction. So a grand jury had been impaneled in Arizona. Grand jury never indicted us. It was
They
tossed.
just refused to. They were like, I
Or
don't see
tossed
it.
it, or it, no crime here. This is civil, or what have you. Because a couple things that came out facts later. So the other bank, when did they default on that TARP payment, which opened up with the target on our bank?
Right. All your stuff had happened prior to that, right? So
Yeah. So they defaulted in February of 2010. It was their first payment default on TARP. And February of 2010. Now, for those that went through it, anybody that's was on the certain levels in banks understand everybody defaulted on their first payment of TARP. That's what opened up the window in the negotiation with the regulators as to, okay, how are you going to repay this TARP payment? Even though they put all that money in, there was an expectation of this money is going to get paid back eventually. And most of it was, to great benefit and profit to the
yeah,
taxpayers of the
I
country.
remember everybody was saying, we'll never see this money back, and it's like 94% or something, or
Mm-hmm.
98% of it. It's a ridiculous amount of money
Oh
was
yeah,
paid back.
paid back. Yeah. So we didn't go out of business until April of 2010. Up until that point, we were still doing business with them as normal. Now, obviously, I was delaying payments, but that wasn't causing. We didn't cause their TARP default.
Right.
So what opened up the investigation, and I'm not trying to run from my responsibilities. Don't get me wrong, but it's just interesting that
That was not the reason
it
for
was a
their
false
default.
premise, and then they basically figured that out. Which I don't know if that's why the attorney or the grand jury is like this. We don't see a violation of the contract. We don't see this, that, the other
Right.
thing. So that's why it went quiet. No indictment.
Right.
So I'm just pressing ahead. Now, the federal government never tells you
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. They're not going to tell you that. They're going to try and do a workaround, re-indict you, come to you and say, "Look, sign this. Go ahead, and we don't have to indict. Just accept it." Because you don't. They don't have to indict you.
No,
You
no.
can sign off on the indictment. You know what? We've got an agreement here. Don't
Yeah,
make us go through. We'll give you a little bit of it. Just go ahead and sign here, even
yeah,
though you didn't sign.
yeah.
It never happened. So
It- exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, the terminology just slipped out of my mind. I've used it for 11 years. I've used this term. But anyway, so that's what we ended up doing. So in September of 2015, in 12, I get a call from my attorney. And so I walk outside my office. I'm walking in the parking lot, September in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's like 110 freaking degrees. I got a suit on. I'm just pouring sweat for a lot of reasons. And he says, "Hey," and he named one of the AUSAs from the task force, just raised his ugly head, and they want you to they want to set up. They want you to plea in the state of North Dakota, in Bismarck, North Dakota. I'm like, and the and basically that's what it is. Turn yourself in. I can't remember the legal term. I can't believe
Yeah.
it. I forgot that. But anyway, for all intents and purposes, they just want you to turn yourself in, waive
Self
indictment.
surrender.
Yeah, yeah. And in Bismarck, North Dakota. So I pushed back and I'm like, none of this took place in North Dakota. This isn't, of course, we don't know about the grand jury. They can't touch us in Arizona now.
Right.
They can't touch us at that point in time. We don't know that, of course. So anyway, I said a couple things. One, I've never been in North Dakota in my life. I have traveled all over the world. I've been in every state except for North and South Dakota. It's the only place I didn't have branch offices. It's the only da 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 da. And I said, but number two is I know the other bank was founded in Bismarck, North Dakota before moving their headquarters to Arizona. And I know the type of bank they are, very high end clientele. To bring a case against us in North Dakota with this particular bank, it's going to be impossible that there's a judge or anybody involved in this that's not involved in their bank. They're going to slay us, right? In this little small town, da 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 da. And I really didn't understand jurisdiction at the time, but I'm just like, we can't go to North Dakota. We're going to get crushed. I'm thinking, in Phoenix, I'm like, I got a fighting chance as to people see I'm a good guy. One of the things that I didn't cover kind of my back, well, no, I did, so I'd been on the dive team of the sheriff's department and all that. So, I've got connection to law enforcement, right? I'd been former law enforcement, if you will, even though it was as a diver, and doing these things. Not working as law enforcement per se, but doing water rescues and recovering bodies and all that type of stuff. And, so people are going to see I'm a good guy. And I killed a grizzly bear. Come on. And, I figured in Phoenix, I had a decent shot at maybe getting parole or something or probation.
Right.
And, so I really pushed back on this, not knowing about the indictment thing. So eventually they get us to sign everything, a plea and everything put in place at the end of September. They want to close it out before the quarter. They're pushing hard, the government is. And they come and they say, hey, look, he's looking at 30 to 40 months. And my attorney's thinking it's below guideline, which it should be. It's white collar, da da da. And all of these different things. They want this deal signed. We're going to put this in play. And so they're going back and forth. And one of the things, though, that they wanted is they spelled out the enhancements. And by doing so, there was 2 enhancements that they added, 4 levels each. That one was, well, actually, there's a couple different enhancements that were really critical. But one was as like a leader, supervisor, organizer of 5 or more people.
Right.
Of a conspiracy. And by the way, what they had to sign for was conspiracy to commit bank fraud. Because they're like, hey, nobody stole anything, nobody did this, that. Just, conspiracy to commit bank fraud. And they got 4 of us to sign on that. but they wanted that. And that was a 4-level enhancement. And now I'm starting to learn about the guidelines and the different things. And like, no, that, number one, in a financial crime, we didn't have 5 or more. I mean, they've only got 4 of us, and really there was only 2 of us that even knew what was going on with my delay in the payments.
Right.
Because that's, that was the crime, is my delay in the payments of not following the spirit of the thing. It's not that we didn't pay, it's that we delayed the payments. And basically, the government presented it and all their stuff as they defaulted on this line of credit. It's not a line of credit. There is no default. There is, but nonetheless. And so, I was pushing back on that. And then they added a 4-level enhancement for sophisticated means. Like, what sophisticated means? And basically my attorney's like, dude, you used a phone, computer, you sent an email,
Anything.
that's sophisticated. And I'm like, isn't sophisticated means the definition of bank fraud? I mean, isn't it already covered in the,
Yeah, anything. I was going to say they pretty much can say anything sophisticated means.
yeah.
They'll do specialty device or use of a specialty device, and I've
Yeah.
seen them say a computer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what
A
they said.
computer? Like,
Yeah.
how's everybody uses a computer? Well, so they all get the enhancement. You can put that on anybody. Yeah.
Yeah. So just ringing it up. And then the other thing was really arguing the enhancement, which was a 20 or 22 level enhancement for dollar amount. They wanted it 28 million. My attorney wanted it at 14 million because they had recovered and recouped, a
They
certain
say
amount.
what?
They had,
Potential
from,
loss.
yeah, well, basically the amount of the participation agreement is what they went with. But so my attorney, so we got so the parties, how they got me to sign, and all of us to sign, all 4 of us, was we'll agree to disagree. We'll just let the judge decide that. We will have a hearing specific to those. And
Right.
I'm naive enough thinking, awesome, we'll win this one, because the proof is the proof. Their actual loss in the bank, it's in their records, their public filings. They lost about $9 million. So there's that. There wasn't there was only 2 of us that even knew what was going on, and the enhancement says it's got to be 5 in a thing, and then causing failure to a federally regulated financial institution, which again we didn't meet that criteria either.
Because
So,
you weren't the cause of the failure.
and we weren't the cause of the failure, and that bank, by the way, never did fail. They made it through, to their credit, to their people, their team. They weathered it and went on to do big, beautiful things.
Okay.
So, I mean, and that's all to their credit, their people. So, so all the way through this, and insurance paid and did some different things. Now, insurance companies wanted to come after us civilly, not criminally, but civilly. So we negotiate, we go back and forth. I finally sign and agree, okay, we'll let the courts do their thing. I haven't resigned from the bank yet, at this point, because I'm still, and they said, well, so when all of this take place? They said, well, you got to go do a change of plea. You got to fly to Bismarck, North Dakota, blah, blah, blah. So I go up there at the end of October of 2012, do my change of plea, plead guilty, and the magistrate judge, and meet with the district judge. They do, all these things. I go shake hands with the task force of the USA. We have good conversations. We're still expecting they're going to ask for about 30 months. Plea on information. That was what we did. So waived indictment, did a plea of information. And so I called the CEO of the bank I was working for, said, hey, you're going to see it on CNBC. You're going to see it on some things. This is what's getting ready to happen. I said, in an hour, I'm going into this courtroom in Bismarck, North Dakota. Da, 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 da. I'm going to have to resign. I said, I already reached out to NMLS, and had mothballed, resigned from all my licenses, my 40 some odd licenses around the country. I did all these things so that I could do it cleanly before I pled guilty to a financial crime, a financial felony. And, called my in-laws who were rather ill at the time, one of them with Alzheimer's. And, I was like, hey, you're going to hear that I'm going to be on the news. You're going to see me on different things. And I was on CNBC, and they're covering. Matter of fact, my wife called me. She wasn't at the change of plea because she had just had back surgery and was recovering and had to be in bed. And she goes, how many TV cameras did you see outside? And I said, I don't think I saw any. He said, you're all over the news. You're on Fox News, you're on Fox Business, you're on CNBC, you're on. I'm like, oh, freaking great. So, well, we better get your dad on the phone and give him a heads up because he's going to hear it. Her dad was very high up in USA track and field, international Olympic teams, all these things. And I did a lot of volunteer work for them and a lot of technology work and stuff. And so I knew a lot of those people that had built relationships over 20 plus years. At that time, my wife and I had been married for 25 years, 24 years. And so news hits, everything else, but we're still expecting this. I resign. I fly home. I fly over to LA. I meet with, the executives, the banks, the board, all this. I'm like, hey, let me help you transition through this. Here's who needs to replace me. We've got my operation, doing 400 million a month plus. I said, my fear is you're going to have people within this bank fight over that. They're going to fight over that money and the amount of payroll that they can make. And I said, you just need to promote these guys and let that puppy go and let it rain. And they also agreed because I had this pipeline. So I still had about another $500,000 in payroll coming to me that they'd pay out, over time. So I went ahead and, we did all of that. And I all of a sudden now I'm not working. And I'm just planning and preparing for prison. And I'm consulting with people all over the country as to this is what you need to do in your role in the bank. I'm consulting with other Wall Street bankers as to what happened because they're worried about themselves. Like they went after you. And I don't know if you remember at that time, this is the time the B of A and Wells Fargo and Chase are paying, $13 billion to $20 billion in criminal penalties through the same task force. So what the agreements were going after the banks was we're going after you criminally. And there was only one person out of the big banks out of B of A that actually did prison time. It was more of the smaller banks like ourselves was if you could stroke a check for X, and our offer was basically if you can stroke a check for $28.5 million, your former bank will take the criminal hit.
Right.
And that's it. I probably had the most wealth of any of the four of us with, liquid hundreds of thousands of dollars, but, net worth of about 3 million at the time. Although our home value was collapsing from 3 million down to, well, my wife ended up selling it as a short sell a year into my prison sentence for 550,000. And that home today is worth about 4.8. So, and it was worth well over 2 million within 2 years after that sale. I mean, I was hoping somebody would buy that, but part of the rules of that, could be nobody affiliated or knew us. It just had to be a thing. So but so as I'm going through all that, I'm preparing for prison and consulting. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have these other checks come in and negotiate that out. I'm helping, all the transitions with these teams. And preparing for sentencing. So this is October of 2012. Sentencing eventually gets scheduled for March of 2013. Like, okay, now at least now I know a date. That gets postponed to April. that gets postponed to early May of 2013. And so we're just going along, going along. My wife's turning into a train wreck. Every time it's postponed, she's just in tears. She goes, I just want to know. I want to get this behind us so we can move forward. They keep postponing, keep doing this, keep doing that. So I start receiving my checks now in April of, all that money that's owed to me that we had agreed to. And I said, hey, can you break it up into 3 or 4 checks? Because these are, I don't want a huge hold on them and blah, blah, blah. I want my wife to be able to use them. And my wife went to deposit one of the checks into her account. Wells Fargo rejected it because they said it was third party, even though we had a joint account. So anyway, long story short, she took all of the checks. She went deposited on one day. The following day, I'm at Jack in the Box. I'm getting ready to, I'm at Jack in the Box getting a breakfast burrito after working out at the gym. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to grab a breakfast burrito. I have a weakness for breakfast burritos from Jack in the Box. I used to. Now it's McDonald's number 5 breakfast. Only fast food I ever do in my life. And I go and use my debit card. It's declined. I'm like, give it to him again, decline. I'm like, oh shit. And I'm thinking, I know there's like $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. I know there's a lot of money just in this checking account. And so I give a credit card. I pull over the side. I call my wife. I'm like, check the bank accounts. She calls me back. And in about 5 minutes, she goes, they're all zero. Every single one. I'm like, oh my God. And we had signed as a substitute asset forfeiture. They had started the paperwork. And we were pushing back as to, hey, yeah, this is mine, but this is my wife's. Here's her pay stubs, direct deposit in these accounts. So this is my wife's accounts. These are my kids' assets where I co-signed maybe in college for a car or something that, they now own free and clear, that my name and their name, dad's name's still on title because who knew dad was going to be going to prison and such. So I'm like, so we're pushing back. And then we're supposed to have a hearing 10 days after the fact. The judge decided, nah, we're not doing any of that. Even though that's the law, signed it. So the day that she makes that deposit that night, everything was gone. And that was it for the cash assets. And so, which really, obviously, that was like, oh my God, what do we do now? So, and then the sentencing keep getting postponed. Well, the government comes back, and they're doing the sentencing memorandums and such, and they're like, well, no, they're doing the PSR now, finally. So we're doing the PSR at the same time, April, and I disclosed in my interview with the probation officer out here in Arizona, even though we had been, we're up in North Dakota where I'd done my change of plea. And so I disclosed, oh, hey, I had done a loan modification because they want to know, hey, how much is your mortgage payment? How much utility bills, the whole thing. And so she had put in there, and she's asked, those questions. And so I was disclosing everything. I was very upfront about all the things. And the government comes back and they said, we see that Mcmaster signed a 1003 for an FHA loan modification that he applied for. And he put down zero income. And at that time, we determined that his base income was $60,000 a month. And, and he did it right after, while we were literally meeting in Washington, D.C., and he had all these glowing things, and we thought very highly of him. And so they were pissed. And then they started going through and they looked. And during that time, my wife had started withdrawing cash from our account.
Right.
And the ATM where we lived in Scottsdale, you could literally get $2,000-$3,000 cash out of the ATM. And so she was doing that because she started, and ultimately she withdrew $180,000 cash out of our checking account over, I don't know, about a year period, which was the exact amount of her take home pay that had been direct deposited in the account. She had had a friend recommend to her, you better go get yours
Right.
before the government, which actually wise, but we
Yeah.
should have brought our attorneys in on this. And so that really made the government mad. They thought you guys were withdrawing cash, trying to keep it under the $10,000 reporting limit, and you've got all these cash withdrawals. And so all of this information is going to the the government agency that was put in charge of TARP, of clawing back TARP. So I'm getting reports from them once a month. I get literally FedEx envelopes this thick saying, hey, we went through this bank account, we went through this, we're looking at this financial transaction. I mean, they want to know everything. So now they want to know, where'd you use all that cash? So I'm giving receipts. Well, let's say we put a new septic system into our backyard. Here's the pictures of digging up, and they gave me $1,000 discount if I paid cash. Oh, by the way, here's my dental bill that I paid a $600 discount. Here's the, so I said these were cash transactions. These da da da. And so the government all of a sudden was starting to, they were changing their tune. They were pissed. That's why they kept postponing now the sentencing. In the meantime, our CPA and our CFO went to sentencing the day or the week before we were supposed to go to our, no, the day before we were supposed to go to our sentencing for the founder of the company and myself. And they were both given 2 years probation, no jail time, which is what I was looking for and hoping. And that I'd written my allocution because I'd already turned in my allocution. We'd already turned in our sentencing memorandum. We had done all these different things. But the government had held off on turning in their sentencing memorandum. Or actually, no, they had. So when that sentencing came out, there was a huge uproar of, you're giving these guys what, 24 months
Right.
probation from those in Bismarck, North Dakota, from the bank, because the courthouse shared a parking lot with the original bank where it was founded. So those employees literally walked across the parking lot and filled that courtroom. So we went ahead and so boom, they stopped our sentencing. Postponed it again to the end of June for almost nearly 60 days. And in that time, the tenor completely changed. My attorney actually ran into the AUSA in Bismarck, North Dakota, went out at a restaurant, and the AUSA walked up to my attorney and said, we're going after your boy. We're going after him for 240 months. And, here we had a verbal agreement on 30
Right.
to 40 months. And we had, we're working out, hey, where is the guideline range going to come out? But the recommendation, like, nah, he's not good. He did this
Loan
loan
modification.
modification, and they took us $180,000 cash. And so, so my attorney, he calls me and he says, look, he goes, I don't think you're going to be able to self-report. He says, when we go to North Dakota, you better be prepared to be remanded because they're going after you, and I don't think a court's going to let you self-report with a 20-year sentence. And you talk about my life just cratered and crushed, and whatever cash that we still had available and stuff. I just was like, and that's where I remember at one of those points where I was just like, again, there is no God. There is, this is just, yeah, it's, life is over. I'm not leaving prison. I will be dead.
Right.
I'm 69 years old, or, all this stuff. And so we finally go to Bismarck, North Dakota in June. We'd done a bunch of filings back and forth. we do our presentation on these enhancements. And hands down, we won the legal argument on these enhancements do not apply. And these 8 levels of enhancements are worth about 66 months on the sentence
Right.
for the guideline. Judge rules against us. And he even puts, protecting for appeals and all that. He goes, it's just, in my heart, he goes, hey, you're saying there was only 2 of you, but you know what? You had over 2,000 employees. To me, that's a financial conspiracy of 2,000 that you controlled.
Cut the shit. Then you should have indicted 2,000.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So, so we lost that and blah, blah, blah. And my attorney grabs my leg while this is going on. And he says, he covers the mic. And while we're sitting at the table, and he says, you know where this is going, right? And he goes, you better go off script on your allocution. He goes, because I think they're going to take you for 20 years. And when he had said that, and I said, yeah, I'm fucked. And he said, yeah. He goes, we're in trouble. And, and I'd already had my allocution written out. And also right in during that time, the sentencing memorandums, I had supplied nearly 200 support letters.
Right.
Wall Street bankers, politicians, government officials, the family of that I had saved their son's life from a diving accident in a river, to the family of a kid that I helped get out of a Mexican prison when he didn't realize on his first day going to college he is on a rodeo scholarship. They have such things down in Douglas, Arizona, on the border. We're out Prieta, Mexico, and they had a gun. These are kids that grew up that we helped teach hunt and fish from this little Greenlee County, Arizona. And they drove across the border, unbeknownst to them, reporting to that college down there for their deal, and got caught with the guns, and they were going away for life. And I, with some politicians and some others, and anyway, we went down there, and long story short, after a couple of weeks, negotiations, different things, we were able to get both boys out of prison. Their family wrote great letters to my family, to a lot of wonderful support. And the bank actually the people from the bank wrote some initial letters. Hey, we just want them to repay. They seem remorseful, because those letters were shared with them along with our deals. Well, then the owner of the bank submits, I didn't know where in the wire, but his plea was half my sentence. That was the agreement. Wearing the wire, cooperating from that perspective, even though we all turned ourselves in. There was no cooperation to be used against us. That his sentence would be half my sentence. Right. That was the agreement. So he changes attorneys again for the 3rd or 4th time in this period leading right up to sentencing, I think, because he ran out of money. And he still owned a real estate company and some other companies in town through his wife. So he submitted a sentencing memorandum that said he still doesn't understand exactly what we did, but Mcmaster was doing it all in charge. Okay, that's fine. But then he said that I was doing this directly with the COO of the other bank, and that I was involved having an affair, a sexual affair. We weren't. She was married. I was married. Nothing. We became pretty good friends, but nothing beyond that. All these, these accusations. So now the government's really pissed, and this gets shared with the other bank. All false. They're pissed. So they asked for more letters. They asked for 30 years for us. They asked for, throw away the keys. They the whole thing, and the statute is 30 years. And oh, by the way, when all this came up, when we signed this thing, was right up against the statute of limitations. We were
Right.
right prior to that. Another reason the government obviously was pushing, but that's their prerogative, right? And so, you know, everybody was out for blood at that point in time for us. But at my sentencing, I filled that courtroom. We had over 150 people show up from all over the country to support me during the sentencing, and to support my wife, and to be there and be prepared if I'm get remanded to get my wife back home, to my kids, family members, my parents, um, just a fantastic turnout of support, of love. And it's now time for my allocution. So I asked the court if I can turn, and I literally address the executives for the bank, the other bank, and their COO sitting in the front row. And, I addressed it to them first, of that these are the accusations against, her name, and that are false. I'm grotesque by them. So I go through, and I go script and off script in my allocution. And during this time, the judge continues now to look over at the AUSA's table. You can tell the judge is a little pissed. It's like, wait a minute. He didn't commit fraud on the 1003 on the FHA, because they were like, well, we think, these enhancements, we won't charge them with a new charge. You just need to go, top of the guideline, 235 months. And so he's looking over, because I'm explaining it. I said, Your Honor, I'm in that business. I said, I've spent over a decade in that business at the highest level. For me to have put down income, knowing that I knew I was going to prison. All of this had taken place. If I had put down income, knowing it would not, now you could have a reason. So, you tell he's like, ugh. And then I explained the cash. I said, we have provided to the government every one of my wife's pay stubs and showed directly where. So, etc. So now, it's like, all right, he's not happy. And also, right before our sentencing, because during this time period, we were submitting, hey, look, this is my wife's paychecks. This is the things. You're going after these cash withdrawals. Nothing's illegal about it. It's my wife withdrawing her money. She doesn't trust you guys. Even though you guys have said you will not go after anything of my children's or hers. Like, yeah. And I said, she doesn't trust you. That's not my call.
Right.
And so my attorney contacted and said, said my wife's name, makes a good amount of money. At that point in time, because she was hired, she was also receiving a stipend for every loan we funded to that bank. We're doing 400 million plus, through that division. She's getting a piece of that. So she's averaging about 20,000 a month running her department. And which at the time I thought was nothing,
Right.
And so the task force sends in agents to the bank that I had resigned from, and the bank that my wife was still working for. Because when I had resigned, that bank said, hey, Dave, your family, your wife is family. She has a job for the rest of her life. What you did for this company and this bank, we can never repay you for. So we will take care of your wife all the way through this. And I'm like, oh, thank God. And they went in, and as the CEO said of that, when he got me on the phone right afterwards, all gunned and badged up into the conference room and wanted to know if they were continuing to pay me under the table through my wife, which they weren't. She's been there for going on 4 years now, earning her own way, and she had been in the mortgage business prior to that and ran a funding department and all these different things. I mean, she had made her own way through the industry, and so they basically gave it an edict: you either terminate her or we start investigating your bank. And there's not a bank in the world, there's not a bank in the United States that can withstand a federal investigation.
Right.
They just, not even because they're doing anything intentionally. It's just impossible. And there you will find something criminal. We've got too many regulations on the books, right? And too many agencies involved, and too much gray area that these agencies love to work within. They love to work within the gray area. Gives them opportunity. So she gets fired. She gets a golden parachute of basically 2 months payroll, so about $40,000, and now she's out of a job. So I explained all that during my allocution. Her money with this, what's caused, and all the different things, and plus I just went through step by step, and obviously taking responsibility and saying, look, this is all on me, apologizing to all my former employees, obviously to my family, to all the employees of the other bank, congratulating them on making it through the financial crisis, and coming out better on the other side. Just, all these things. And because of that allocution, the court had pretty much already baked himself into going top of the guideline, 235 months, because he had agreed with these other enhancements. So obviously, instead, the government withdrew any 30 to 40 month sentence from their offering, which the initial offering when we did our change of plea and they opened up the case was 60 months. That was what they had initially put in there to the court, was for me 60 months.
Right.
And so the judge went ahead and he took it down to 188 months, to the bottom end of the guidelines, but he didn't go below that. So he sentenced me to 188 months, 15 years, 8 months. And I could hear my wife just completely crack and break down in the background. One of the things that he mentioned in this, in becoming a man of God and going through seminary and Bible college and becoming a pastor, is, was really God speaking to me at that moment, even though I hadn't turned myself over to him yet, was the judge mentioned he really expected me to do half my time. He goes, our prisons are overcrowded. We've got da-da-da. I expect something was coming. It will come down. Da-da-da. And I wish you the best of luck. I really hope this allows you to put your life back together moving forward. And, a lot of judgy things, I think from heartfelt things, I believe, from him. And, that always stuck in the back of my mind. So, and then he said, we went ahead and asked for time to get my ducks in a row to self-report the 188-month sentence. And the judge agreed. He goes, I don't have any concerns. You've shown up for everything. Is 60 to 90 days enough time? I'm like, yeah, yes, Your Honor. And then he recommended, he was right. He goes, you should be in a camp-like setting. And I said, excuse me, Your Honor, I've done a lot of research on this, because you sentenced me to greater than 120 months. I'm not going to be eligible for a camp. So if you could, yes, he recommended, FPC Tucson, 90 miles from my home. But I said, can you also recommend FCI Safford, which is about 3 hours from my home, but I have a lot of family that lives within 20 minutes of that location in eastern Arizona. And so he did. And then, like I say, and let me self-report at the end of August of 2013. And and it just, you talk about a surreal in that 60 days again. The government had taken almost all the money. My wife had some money left, and I was just like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. Then I really upped my game. My trainer's like, dude, you don't have to pay for training, but yeah, we're gonna teach you to fight. We're gonna do this. So I'm meeting with a trainer 3 hours a day. I'm running 8 to 10 miles a day on my own. I'm working out 3 times a day. I'm preparing myself for the gladiator wars and battles of federal
So
prison.
you probably walked into the low security, the toughest guy that was in the place, and thought you were gonna have problems, and you were probably the most
Oh yeah.
physically prepared person.
Yeah, but it was interesting, with that thing because I'm a middle-aged white guy. I'm 48 years old. Or no, I just turned 49 because I turned 49 the month before I self-reported. I'm 49 years old. I got no tats. I got no this or that. So, there's always this underlying tension of, hey, okay, who cooperated? Who's a sex offender? Who's this? And I fit the bill of white collar guys go to camps,
Yeah.
and so I start getting when I self-report to FCI Safford, there's number one, a whole caravan went with me of all these local people. It freaked them out. They thought something's going on. We get 15 vehicles show up in the parking lot, and they come running out and with all these COs and staff. And I'm like, no, they're just I'm here to self-report, and like tell those people to leave. But they let my mom come with me, actually walk in to self-report. And they're like, hey, we were expecting you. You called us ahead of time. We were da 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 da. And they actually made it a real, like, hey, don't. It was under the circumstances, under stress. I let my mom stay with me while they're getting me processed in for a while, and then there you go. I walked in with, I don't know, $1,500 of cash to get on my books, and these types of things. But so the FCI Safford at the time was built to hold 700 men. We had 1,200 there.
Mm.
I mean, it's way overcrowded. So we were in what's called the freeways. So I was assigned a bunk in a hallway in the bathrooms and
Oh,
showers. And they're open showers. We didn't have individual showers, just an open shower room.
right.
And I mean, they called that the freeway. And the strip club, because you're looking right into the showers from your bunk, the whole time. It's just, and I'm thinking, I've got 15 more years of this left. Oh, it's like, take me now. And I remember that first day. So I'm on that bunk, and they come up. It's 4 o'clock, right before chow in the afternoon, and the biggest, baddest guys are like, "What are you in for? What did that the other thing?" And they're like, "They will know if you're lying. They will know because they're trying to determine, hey, whose car does this guy belong to, and who's da 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 da." And all the different things. And finally, this real large black man, just in muscle up, just huge. This guy, matter of fact, the only reason he wasn't dead, he had so much muscle, he got shot in the back by police. And then they had told his mom, like, he had so much muscle mass it saved his life. It's like, just, couldn't go through. I ended up eventually bunking in a cube with that guy. Really good guy. But anyway, on a 20, he was on a 25-year bid. He comes up, because everybody's like, dude, you got paperwork and everything. And I'd mailed in all my stuff. This last thing I did, I gave my daughter, I said, here, drop this in the mail tomorrow. And it was all my
Right.
legal mail and all this stuff. And he comes up and he goes, I saw you on CNBC. You're that guy. He goes, hey, this guy on CNBC that is so. And then all of a sudden I was like, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Right now it's like, hey, here's a toothbrush, here's toothpaste, here's soap, here's
Shower slides. Here's a
yeah,
lock.
exactly. Your slides. You're eating with us. We'll take care of you. We'll show you around and all the things. We'll get you hooked up in laundry. We'll get you, blah, 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 and all the things. We'll get you moved into a cube. I was only on the freeway for a week, and just all the different things. But yeah, it was such a surreal thing. But thinking, I from my life's over to really, I woke up that next morning, that Saturday, it was Labor Day weekend, I self reported. So college football kickoff. I remember going out there and watch. All of our TVs were outside, all of our phones were outside. This was an old school camp that they converted to a low from the Korean War, or I'm sorry, World War II originally, where they put the German naval sailors and U-boat guys in the middle of the desert. And
Mm,
then it was a prisoner of war camp during the Korean War, and then eventually a BOP camp, and then that they turned in and upgraded it to a FCI, to a low, put the fence around, and etc. Used to have a swimming pool until an inmate drowned there, and then now it's a basketball court. But everything's outside.
right.
TVs, phones, the computers were out there. I mean, none of this stuff existed in the dorms or units. And I woke up that next morning, Saturday morning, and all of a sudden it was on my heart, and I was like, you know, God is real, Jesus is real. I'm going to commit myself to Him. I don't know anything about it, and I'd been raised a Christian. I'd been
Right.
raised in a Methodist household, all the thing, went to Sunday school, all the different things. But I'm going to, like, while in here, I'm going to make it my mission to learn everything I can. But I know it's real. And I walked over to the chapel. I found the priest. The chaplain happened to be a Catholic priest, and I just said, help point me the way in direction, and etc. But um, so all of a sudden I had this peace about me in that moment, and I knew I was going to be fine. And I started really mentoring guys while I was in there, because I realized, okay, hey, I've got a lot higher education than most of them.
Right.
They're always intrigued by people on CNBC and that type of stuff. And so I just started mentoring all the different gangs, races, groups. Um, Turned out I had this great skill set of doing legal paperwork, writing motions, digging into different things. I was doing my appeal at the same time, and looked like at the time that we were actually going to win that thing, and I was going to get my sentence reduced by at least 66 months. And so I started doing legal work for guys. I started, going through that entire process, which really ingratiated me within across all groups, right? To where I became like a protected person within. Nobody mess with this guy,
Right.
because you know, kind of deal. And started, my appellate process, started my appeals, and went through all of that. And right, was actually given 15 minutes of oral argument in front of the Eighth Circuit. It really looked like I was going to win on these enhancements, on the getting rid of the 8 levels of enhancements. And at the last second, the Court of Appeals came back and said, hey, unfortunately, you signed a plea agreement waiving your right to appeal, which they no longer do.
I was gonna say, which is invalid now.
Yeah.
I did the same thing, but yeah, you can't stop me.
Yeah. So I took that to the Supreme Court, lost it there, or it wasn't granted cert at that point in time. So my attorney, when he said, look, you're the one doing the time, you're the one doing a sentence you should not be doing. This is wrong. You need to come after me, filing 2255s and
Right.
ineffective assistance of counsel and going after. So that started a journey of literally 3+ years, all the way again to the Supreme Court on 2255s. During that time, we hired private investigators. We found out that the judge indeed did have accounts at that bank. That
Right.
he actually closed those accounts a month before, or right after my case really was moving forward in his court. He did close those accounts, but he failed to disclose,
Oh, that's
because the
just
requirement is it's recusal or put on record why you're not recusing. Um, but that was part of my 2255, which ultimately really upset my judge, because now I'm going after my judge.
right.
And anybody that's done a 2255 or doesn't know what that process is, you're basically it's a type of an appeal for different things, claim of innocence to
Yeah,
this, that, and the other
your
thing.
attorney could have potentially been ineffective or
Ineffective assistance of counsel, a bad plea deal, some different things. Your judge did some things wrong, and you don't waive that right. You never waive that right, but you have time limits.
yeah. You
You
have
know,
1 year from your
1
final
year,
sentence.
or you can add 3 months if you don't apply for cert. Because of the 3-month waiting period for Supreme Court. But yeah, basically it's a year, and from the time that your appeal is denied. And but the judge that makes that decision, even if you're going after that judge, is the judge that sentenced you.
Right, yeah, it's so stupid.
So it just it right. So I'm asking that judge to throw this out for resentencing and to recuse himself and all that, and he obviously doesn't do that. And it upset him, and I think he was under the circumstances. I don't think I had a hanging judge or anything like that. Um, but I know he was. You could tell by the opinion he was rather upset, and then he barred me from appealing. And they can bar you from appealing that sentence,
Really?
that his thing. So I appealed it anyway, and lost that at the Eighth Circuit. I appealed his decision to bar me from appealing, lost it at the Eighth Circuit, and then took it to the Supreme Court because, hey, this is a thing the Supreme Court had recently decided on, of a judge with accounts at a Bank of America account with a Bank of America employee. I mean, this is a mirror match, and I'm being barred from appealing that judge's decision on
Right.
his, and the Supreme Court never granted cert. By the way, that took me all the way through 2017. That was a 4.5 year process.
Right.
And when I was like, okay, I'm serving this entire sentence, through that. Um, but it was but doing that, I was exposed to some top attorneys in the country that had been incarcerated, that throughout my journey, so I started working in law libraries with a lot of these men, and which gave me, I don't know, the ability or opportunity. I started doing legal work or really helping guys, and I won every motion I filed for others,
Nice.
and rightfully. I would never, and I used to tell guys, I'm like, I will not do frivolous cases for you. I won't file frivolous paperwork, and I began really trying to advocate for drugs -2. And then I did over 1,500 filings of people to get the 2-level reduction and get guys sent home, and et cetera, et cetera. So started that journey. But part of that journey, and God being God, after I committed myself to him that next day, August 30th of 2013, was I went through my first prison riot on D-Day, or on Pearl Harbor Day, which also happened to be the first Pac-12 football championship, which Arizona State was playing in, my alum, or my school. And I'm sitting outside. It's a December afternoon. It's 22 freaking degrees outside. I got every stitch of clothing I own in prison on. I'm sitting out in the Native Americans TV area because nobody else cared to watch Arizona State football, but those guys did. So I'm like, hey, what's it going to cost me to watch? Oh, Dave, you're a good guy, so you can come out here and watch the game. And it was such, ASU was getting blown out, that by the third quarter, I'm like, I can't take this anymore. I'm freezing. I'll go inside, listen to the rest of the game on my bunk. And I go inside, and a riot breaks out. So I get my first prison riot over somebody stealing an MP3 player. And it was basically a race riot of
Right.
Pisces and whites against blacks. I mean, just
Listen, that's
it,
a big deal.
it's a
MP3
big
player?
deal. Yeah, it's a big deal. And so I'm watching this, and I'm watching the paint guns and the tear gas, and this thing's going off, and you know, and then I got guys coming up to my bunk, and they're like, "I have a regular window. We don't no bars on because this like say used to be a camp. So like the windows are sitting right here in my office, my home office. They I could break the thing and slide it open and actually go out that window. And they're like, be ready to go out that window. This thing breaks off the way it is, and all of our cubes had been integrated. They would not. So you had to have two blacks, you had to have two Hispanics, you had to have two whites, and you had to have one Native American in every 8-man cube, and then the other guys kind of fell in there. But that was mandated across. So and so we've got that all within our group, and I'm watching this thing, and this thing just go off. I'm like, oh man. So that caused we had basically had an open yard. The doors were always open between the hours, very similar to a camp. They never locked our doors because TVs were outside, because computers were outside, phones were outside. They didn't do moves, if you will.
Right.
In prison, moves are on the hour. You got maybe 5 minutes going out, 5 minutes inbound, that type of thing. And we could go out to the rec yard where education and everything was, where our computers were, the library, all that stuff, or different parts of the compound. So they brought in a new captain after this riot, and they installed a wrought iron gate in between the inner compound and the outer compound, basically locking off 75% of all of our phones, half the TVs, and all of the computers. And they instituted moves during this time. And so there basically was going to be a laydown. So throughout the prison, they said, hey, nobody's going to rec, or everybody's going to go to rec. Because what happened was the staff was really upset about this, because this yard was not set up to operate in that fashion.
Yeah.
And it was really a smooth running yard.
And it required anytime they do something like that and they require these new rules, it's more trouble for the
Oh, a lot
staff.
more. Yeah.
They're like,
Yeah.
you're making my job harder.
Exactly. And so a lot of the staff that had been there a long time went to the leaders of all these different cars and groups and said, you either all go out to the rec yard or nobody goes out to the rec yard when they do these moves. So they came back and said, look, this is the dude, da, 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 or everybody's going to the dining hall, or nobody go to the dining hall, or something. Because it was basically, you literally had to make a choice in the morning. They open it up, you go out to the rec yard, use the phone, get on the computers, check your emails, go to the library, what have you, get a workout in. But they're going to lock that gate. You can't get back to the dining hall for breakfast. So if you wanted to go to breakfast, you couldn't go out. If you wanted
Right.
to, so they passed the word around. Everybody go to the rec yard, because nobody's going to go to the dining hall. Everybody go to the rec yard, use phones, do your thing, and da 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 da. 1,200 inmates, right? And I'm like, and now I've been. This is June now of 2014. And I'd already been through one riot and a couple other small, really riots. And now they're finally getting around to this, because now the new captain finally shows up. And he's like, hey, I looked back at, on December 7th at that whole incident, and blah, blah, blah. And so I literally, I'm like, this sounds like a really bad idea. I think I'm sleeping in that day. I'm doing a little Bible study. I'm going to do this. I was going to college. I was actually taking all their business classes. Matter of fact, the college that had come on campus there teaching the classes, they had asked me if I would teach a lot of their business classes. Matter of fact, one of the things we were doing was Too Big to Fail. We were going through that documentary and such. And so I was like, yeah, so I was helping teaching some of these classes. So I was working on a project for that. And I'm like, I'm staying here. Well, that breaks loose, because now, right, you got probably 1,000 guys go out to the yard, and you've got everybody else that came inside or that stayed inside, like myself. And and I rarely went to breakfast. I usually made my own, or I fasted through that time, and then I tried to just eat between like 10 and 4, and which lunch is at 10 a.m., 10:30. And they locked us down. They brought in the sort team. So in all their turtle suits and everything, basically that's the prison's type of riot team, SWAT team. They bring them in from USP Tucson, and they descend upon us, and they start yanking guys out. So this went on for 3-4 days now. Now they got us locked down. And it's like, okay, none of you guys are doing this and that. So during one of those days, they said, okay, the captain came in, gave speeches to each individual run. So we're going to open the doors. You guys are going to file out. This is direct order. You guys are all going to the dining hall. Da, da, da. And so the word got around. So the guys, we're the first unit, and they're yelling at us out the windows because our windows open and all this. And they're like, you guys are traitors, da, da, da. And the word was out that anybody eats, it's the last thing you're ever going to do.
Right.
I mean, just direct threats. And then I was like, and I had actually just ate. So I said, but the captain gave us a direct order. He said, yeah, you're going to follow that direct order. You're going to go in there, you're going to sit down in the dining hall until they dismiss you, and then they'll bring the next run in. And anybody goes up there and gets food, and it's, the different things. So I said, what if we go get food and it's just there and we just don't eat it? He's like, all right, we're okay with that. So I went, got my food, I set it down, and I'm sitting down, and we had 4 at a table. I'm sitting down with guys I'm talking to, and all of a sudden, an SIS sergeant, lieutenant, walks up to our table and the table behind, asks for all of our IDs, so 8 IDs, writes them down in different things. And I was like, what's that about? And he goes, I don't know. My case manager, and then so the captain comes in and sees all these other guys not eating, dismisses us all. They're yelling at us. And, it's really getting off the chain now. It's actually getting dangerous. And it's like, I'm starting to worry about my own safety. Not starting, I am worried about my own safety. And they go back in, and the very next day they come, and I am the 3rd name they call. And they take me outside. And by the way, by self-surrendering through this, I'd never been handcuffed, never been nothing through this entire process. I mean, nothing. All of a sudden, I got belly chains. I got shackles on my ankles. I'm chained up. I got a camera stuck in my face. They're patting me down. And they walk me up to the psychology room. They got 30 chairs lined out, enough for a bus.
Mm.
And 30 of us, boom, 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 boom. And they start taking busloads of us out with the sort teams. They take us out through R&D, strip us down. I'm telling this guy, and they got machine guns. They got all this stuff. I'm like, you got a mistake. And they're like, well, you fucked up now because you're going to the USP. And all of a sudden,
Send you to a USP.
They sent me to USP Tucson. I was on the same
run.
No. I was on the same run with Whitey Bulger. I'm 10 months into this deal. And I'm accused, when they had wrote down our IDs, a thing had broke out with one of the other runs through that. But through all the confusion, the SIS lieutenant's like, I don't know, I got these 8 names and IDs written down.
Okay.
So they grabbed us and basically grabbed leaders of all these cars. So they accused me of starting a riot.
They're such pieces of shit.
They spent $2 million on this, bringing us all out, taking us all to USP Tucson. They say, Whitey Bulger's down the run, da, 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 da. And we're fighting it tooth and nail. They eventually 5 busloads out over a week. And I guess, so then it morphed into a food strike because of it. And that went on for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then finally, and I think ultimately the reason they pushed so hard me was because I had been doing all this legal work for guys.
Right.
It was at the end all be all. So now I'm in USP Tucson, and now here I went, I'm thinking I'm in a great position. I just got to do a few years. I'm gonna be able to furlough to the camp in Tucson, which I hear is phenomenal. And I'm never going to do this Con Air thing I hear guys talking about. I'm never going to be shackled and hear all these horrible stories. Yep. And I'm in USB Tucson for 4 months. I'm out in the dog runs and, in and out of the shoe. All of our cases are moving forward. They're finding us all guilty through DHO. I mean, it's just a real thing. We got attorneys from all over. We got BOP officials coming in saying, hey, look, cool it with the attorneys. We'll take care of you guys. And they're like, cool it. No. And it's got to quit putting pressure on us. You got to quit. And eventually they decided, okay, we're going to bust them down to medium, from USP to medium, throw me to Oklahoma City, send me to USP Atlanta, which is now a medium, had turned into a medium. And that's a hellhole. Worst food, unedible. I mean, just terrible place. Then they moved me to Williamsburg, South Carolina, a medium. And during that time, I win my appeal and get the case against me on the charges of starting a riot thrown out. And I'm thinking, and I've got the staff there and everything. Like, we don't even know why you're in prison, Mcmaster. We read your case. Why you're in a medium is beyond us. But will you start a new GED program for us while you're here? So I was going into all the units, and I could go through the units, and I was teaching GED and doing all this. And I was teaching classes. I'd get 500 guys sign up for my classes. I was teaching real estate, finance, stocks, all these different things. And so I win my appeal. And so the staff, my case manager, the unit manager, the education department, and at that time, the associate warden was like, look, we're going to get you sent straight to a camp. It says you should be in a camp. We can get your management variable down. Then a new warden comes in, is like, wait, there ain't nobody going to a camp from a medium on my watch. I don't care who it is. So the BOP, even though I'd won that, decides to continue to punish me. And then they send me to Beaumont, Texas. So I'm back to Atlanta. I'm there for a while. Back to Oklahoma City. I'm there for a couple months. Send me to Beaumont, the worst prison on the thing. Meantime, I'd started correspondence courses on Christian leadership and Christian counseling and pastoralship and such. And so I do 2 years in Beaumont, bloody Beaumont, for a reason.
Right.
Even though I'm in the low, it was worse at the low and medium than the USP. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My last 6 weeks at Beaumont, 5 guys died.
Yeah, my cousin was at Beaumont, and he was like, and he'd gone from the medium at Coleman to the medium at Beaumont, and he was like, "There's nothing." He said, "This is worse than any pen I've ever been in."
Oh yeah, yeah. Beaumont's on its own, do the thing, but doing the same thing, doing tons of legal work, and just meeting a lot of interesting people, some really good people, and just starting that process. And eventually I'm supposed to be going finally to the camp in Tucson, but something happened. They wouldn't send me to Tucson because the warden that was at Safford eventually, because all these things got overturned, the warden at Safford was now a warden in Tucson over that camp.
Right.
They're like, we're not sending you back there for your own protection. We're worried about retaliation. So they eventually sent me to the camp in Taft, California, which happened to have a Bible college on campus. An actual full, they decided a long time ago that we wanted to have a Bible college on a prison. And so I was able to go through that through my doctorate degrees and all that. COVID breaks out, and an earthquake hits that Taft camp. And all of a sudden, they have to close a camp in the middle of COVID, middle of earthquake damage, while they're supposed to be sending this home on CARES Act. And they shipped me and 150 other guys in their camp they shipped us off to another medium and put us in the shoe for 9 straight months. And then when they're finally, the day before they're supposed to send me home under CARES Act, home confinement because of COVID, they ship 50 of us to Herlong, the medium in Herlong. Put us in quarantine, supposed to be going out to the camp there. Put us in quarantine. They're still supposed to be processing me home. COVID breaks out, and we got guys dying inside the unit that we're in. And they leave us locked in there from November 4th to the day before or 2 days before Christmas. No phone calls, no showers, no mail, no contact with our families. They don't know if we're dead or alive.
Mm-hmm.
We can't get just everything complete shutdown. They finally send us out to the camp. I finally call my family for the first time. They're like just freaked. I spend Christmas, so I'm there on the camp for 7 days. I'm running the track one of those mornings. It's 17 degrees outside. It's snowing. I'm just so happy. I've been for 9 straight months. I've been locked in a cell, no outside. And I'm in shorts and a freaking t-shirt running that track, man. And just so happy to be outside. And the guy I'd been celled with this entire process, and he was my bunkie in the camp. He comes out, and this guy hates the cold. He's like, dude, they're looking for you. They're trying to send you home. And the intercoms are busted. So I go in, they're like, you got 5 minutes to pack up your stuff. You're going back into quarantine. You're going home. I'm like, can I call my family? They're like, nope. Like, can I shoot an email? I said, you got 5 minutes. You got your choice. You send an email and pack up your stuff. So I shot an email out real quick to my wife and said, hey, they're sending me home. I think I'll be home in 2 weeks. Got to go. I throw stuff in a bag as best I can and go pop into the deal. And I'm sitting in basically the shoe in quarantine, but there is a TV they got up so I can see out my door, and I'm watching January 6th happen.
Okay.
And now they're talking about shutting down all the transfers and everybody going home through that thing. But God being God, they threw me on a bus in Reno, Nevada, 30 hours from home, and I made it home and on home confinement. But here's the beauty of all that. That judge had said I would do half my time.
Right.
The day they came and knocked on my cell in Mendota was the day, it was exactly to the day half my time.
Right.
Half my time served with good time, not counting First Step Act because they still hadn't gotten around to figuring that out properly. And the day I actually went home was half my time exactly of my full sentence. But so made it home and been blessed to, like I say, got a job as an executive in a company. I'm a vice president of business development for a water manufacturer and distributor, and nationwide accounts and operations. And I'm a volunteer pastor in the church that I attend. I do a lot of the baptisms. I teach a lot of the Bible studies. I do these different things. I get to see my grandchildren. I get to see my family, whether it's over at our house here or, every now and then get approved to go to their events and such.
When do you get the ankle monitor?
So right now I am scheduled, after my First Step Act reduced my sentence by a year, I'm scheduled to get my monitor off January 4th of 2017 or 2027. So a year and a half. 2026. I'm sorry, 2026.
Oh, I was gonna say that's okay.
Yeah, 2026. It was from 2027. Interestingly enough, when the Sentencing Commission did the 2-level reduction for what they call 0-point offenders, first-time offenders, nonviolent, which I qualify for, that would have reduced my sentence by 37 more months, meaning I should have my monitor off 2.5 years ago. But they put a stipulation that nobody could be immediate release until February 1st of this year. So I began the process to file my paperwork. In North Dakota, they determined the court ordered, hey, we want the federal public defender's office just to handle all this. They'll determine everything. They'll get to you when they get to you. We want them to process it. If they do, we're just rubber stamping them and it'd be approved. I'm like, okay. So I reach out to North Dakota and I said, hey, I qualify. I can do all the legal. I can do this motion. I mean, I've done over 1,500 of these motions, won every one. Not of those types that's, falling out of bed. And like, no, we'll do it, but don't call us. We'll call you. We got a lot to review. And eventually I looked, I was like, you guys have, well, they estimated there were 70 cases that qualified, but they had to review everybody that's been sentenced. And they didn't respond to me until the end of March of this year, even though so now I'm past my time. I'm like, should. And they said, hey, the Sentencing Commission has determined that you don't qualify under one of the stipulations. There was 10 criteria. And if you had any of those 10, you don't qualify. I'm like, what are you talking about? They said on the 10th one, it says if you have the enhancement, the 3B 1.1, which is basically the leadership of that, 5 or more thing that I fought so hard. If you had that, and the way it said was if you have that and continuing criminal enterprise, which we did not have,
Right.
you don't qualify. So I was like, no, it's
and not or.
And not or. And in the determination, because they were fulfilling these sentences and everything else. So what happened was there was a lot of people with continuing criminal enterprise that were going back trying to get this, saying, hey, I didn't get the 3B 1.1. Da, da,
Right.
da, da. So the Sentencing Commission says, well, and means or. So if I had just filed my motion back in October,
right,
when I was going to file it, the judge would have ruled on it sometime in November or December for immediate release February 1st. I would have been done. But I thought, nah, okay, I won't make waves. I'll just let the public defender's office do the thing because they're going to rubber stamp it. And I remember I pissed my judge off 7, 8 years ago now by bringing up the fact that he had the accounts of the bank and failed to disclose. So I thought, I don't know how long his memory goes back, but I know mine was one of the largest, if not the largest case in North Dakota.
Right.
In that court. I'll tell you a real quick story and wrap it up for you on that. But so long story short, I will probably still file a motion so I can appeal it, or I'll just ride out these 18 months. And but it's
right.
But about our case and the fact they did the task force. So after I was sentenced to 188 months, my attorney comes up to me because I was, continue to be out on OR, never bail or anything. I was always OR. So even the judge was like, call U.S. probation in North Dakota once a week just to check in. I'm like, oh, okay. And my attorney says, hey, the AUSA for North Dakota for Bismarck wants to talk with you. And he goes, I think we should talk with him. And I'm just shell shocked. I'm like, okay, whatever you think. So I told my parents to say, hey, get my wife back to the hotel. My attorney will take me back and blah, blah, blah. And I sit down and he says, hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. I want to shake your hand. He says, first off, we've never had a turnout like that in our courtroom. He goes, I talked to every single person. He goes, they traveled thousands of miles to get here. We've never had somebody give an allocution like that ever in this court. I'm just here to tell you the judge got the sentence wrong and you need to appeal it. This is the U.S. attorney for North Dakota, the AUSA from North Dakota telling me, appeal this. This sentence was wrong. They were going in, he was going to give you 235 months. Your allocution got him down to 188, but he had painted himself into a box. Right. He goes, I don't even know if you guys meet the criteria for whatever, but you certainly shouldn't be sentenced to 188 months. You've got to appeal this. And he goes, so anyway, just that was an interesting sidebar to this, which I brought up during my later appeals.
You're right.
Is at that point, it was like, hey, what do I have to lose? But, not that it helped, but yeah, it just, that process. So, I know I've got either at the worst case, 18 more months, then get to start the supervised release and start that process and look forward to that. But in the meantime, I see now looking back, this was the best thing that ever happened to me. Don't recommend it. I lost my wife because of that long sentence. She actually opened up her home to me. We were still married, legally separated when I came home on CARES Act, and she tried for a couple weeks to resurrect our marriage. It just from her side, it was never going to happen. I tried. Obviously, now I'm a pastor. I'm ordained. But nothing happened. But so through that divorce and all that, and I got approval then, to rent my own place, and I've got, I have a job that paid me well, and certainly can put food on my table, and nothing like what I used to make, and honestly, I don't care about money anymore. I just
Right.
don't. I know I need it to pay the bills. Other than that, I just don't need it. And I met a woman in Bible study that I was teaching, that led to us being married. We just had our 1 year anniversary,
Nice.
as a matter of fact. And, I'm in her beautiful home that she owns, and that she's in the education, she's a teacher for special needs and administrator, and, somebody else that does not make much money at all, but it's been a blessing, this journey, this, that led me to her, that led me to my relationship that I have with God and Christ, led me into, I work with a number of ministries, including a ministry that I met in Taft, California with Johnny Erickson Tata and Wheels for the World. And, my life, other than the fact, yes, I lost a marriage, and I hate that. That's on me. And it caused a lot of turmoil for a lot of others, because of my decisions I made through pride. And but outside of that, again, and I did half my time, and I can't, I cannot look that gift, that blessing, without being ever grateful and thankful. And as a matter of fact, throughout my journey, I told you about the gentleman, the big guy that had been shot in the back in Stafford. He said to me my first week that I'd moved into that cube with him and the guys I was invited into, he said, I don't know what, something's on my heart. And this guy wasn't a Christian. Something's telling me you're going to do half your time. And I said, it's funny you say that. The judge said that. And I went to 13 different institutions, by the way, from being accused of starting this riot. And in every institution I landed, except for Taft, I had to answer for that riot, even though it was supposed to be expunged. Every single time, right up until 2020. In 2020, when I ended up out in Herlong finally, right before Christmas, when they put me in the camp, I had to answer for that. You started this riot and this food strike.
Right.
But every place I went, somebody would walk up to me within the first month and say, I don't know, it's on my heart to say, some Christian men and women, or men, and others not, and you're going to do half your time. Even to a point at Taft, a guy who was a pastor at the church that I'm part of, which is a very large church here in Phoenix Metro, came up to me because he was one of the teachers of the Bible college, and said, give a number. And he goes, that number is 7.5. He goes, "That's when you're going home." I'm like, "I don't see the mechanism." And he goes, "I'm just telling you, that's when you're going home." And that's exactly when it all played out,
Mm.
at the end of the day. So I know I'm blessed in the journey. I know that I did not suffer in the fashion that so many others of our brothers and sisters have suffered through their prison journey, through their, through the prosecution, through some really bad prosecutions, and through some very questionable cases and questionable reasons or questionable sentences where they pile on. But um, I guess I wouldn't trade it in hindsight or retrospect. I know that for a fact. And it's really given me, I've worked, and I won't speak real deeply to this, but I work a lot with Washington D.C. I work a lot with both Republicans and Democrats on both sides of the aisles on a lot of criminal justice reform. I work a lot with senators, congressmen, and I work a lot with different advocacy groups and agencies, both very conservative, some very progressive, and some very nonpartisan, very neutral. And I work at the highest levels with those and have a voice at that table that doesn't help me necessarily, and I don't. I, I got all the help I already need. But really to help make changes in our system that hopefully things like the First Step Act and proper implementation and a better pre-release custody experience that's more helpful for getting people into jobs, all the way down to consulting and doing some different things and consulting in the business world like you've done and are doing, um, across of just some of that insight of cautionary tale to, hey, this is the way I would do it.
Hey, I appreciate you guys watching the interview. If you liked it, please hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos just like this. Also, please consider joining my Patreon. And I really appreciate you guys watching. See ya.